Oh, 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 oh. That's good and hot. that's good and hot. Ooh. All right. What did we accomplish yesterday? We did a couple of dungeons. We went out to what they call the Wedge, and we took care of everything in there. A lot of the times, like, I gotta go into the dungeon. I could go part way, and then we gotta skedaddle. You just don't have enough. We just don't have enough. Like, items, resources to afford to be able to just like go stomping around. Consumables are so absurdly expensive. If I want to completely fill up like my orange gels, it's like $45,000. We don't get anywhere near that. And then on top of that, you know, like upgrading weapons and stuff, I mean, it's pricey. And I don't buy armor. You know, it's like the one thing we kind of skimp on, which may or may not hurt me. I'm not entirely... It does make a difference. It absolutely does, but I feel like missing the next upgrade in armor just so that you can find it in the environment isn't too much of a detriment. Plus it saves us, you know, like a few $1,000s in the long run. So, you know, it's like go into dungeon, make a push, and then evacuate, and then go heal, and then come back, and then make another push. Because there's like all these side rooms, and there's places that you can spend your combat points on that you have to open up, where usually unique items and accessories and stuff are. Goes a long way. So, we took care of the Wedge. Did some more story stuff, and then went into Blargle Volcano and did that there. And then once you beat the volcano, the boss in there is not really a boss. It's more of just like a gauntlet. You fight like 3 or 4 waves of enemies, tough enemies, and then you just like quick time event the boss, which is kind of lame. I was hoping that we'd actually be able to fight the big thing, but it's just there in the background, sort of, and it, you know, throws down some attacks from time to time. Not the most exciting of bosses. And then we get out, and we find, oh my god, the spaceship. There's a, I guess they call it a starship. There's a starship. I think this has been one of, well, no. Tales of Destiny had like flying ships and stuff like that. There aren't many that have ships in them. Most of the stuff is more like fantasy oriented rather than like sci-fi oriented. You're fighting dragons, not fighting, you know, giant robots and stuff. Star Ocean is a bit more of like a mix between like sci-fi and fantasy, where Tales of Arise has always been a little bit more grounded in fantasy. This is one of the few times, at least that I can remember, that we've got some like sci-fi stuff going on. It's cool though. We found the starship, and Xion tried to steal it. That girl, she was up to no good, and then she trauma dumped on us, and then she trauma dumped on her. So I laughed at her. Because it's always, the trauma dumps are always done in such a heavy-handed, over-the-top way. It's hard not to kind of giggle at it, even though they're trying to be serious. It's just hard for me to take it serious. But she was carrying a heavy burden. She believes that the thorns inside of her could cause the end of not just the world, but the universe. She believes that it's like the ultimate calamity, I guess. we don't really know what the Thorns are. The assumption that Dohalim thinks is that the Thorns are extremely powerful and that they are a giant gathering of astral energy. When there's a lot of astral energy together, somehow it becomes sentient. So whatever's in Xion is like the Thorns themselves are somewhat sentient. She admitted to us that she can't die. I like the idea that something like, we don't know what the big bad is per se in this game. They haven't really introduced to us, you know, like a Kefka, Sephiroth type villain, you know, where you could go, yep, they're the bad guy. We know that the Renans as a whole are doing something. There is a reason why they're enslaving and running these competitions on Dana. But we're not entirely sure. Like, we have no idea who's in charge. You know, they say it's for being the sovereign, but someone is conducting these trials, you know. So we're not entirely sure what all is happening with Rena. Dohalim and Xion are very closed about everything. I don't know why people aren't asking more questions, to be perfectly honest. But Xion shuts down any sort of inquiry almost immediately. Dohalim's a little bit more forthwith with things and, you know, more freely talks about stuff. But even then, you could tell he's kind of like keeping some stuff close to heart. So I have like a ton of questions, but I like the idea that like maybe you've been carrying around this evil entity the entire time. You know, it's been, the big bad has been with you the entire time in the form of whatever Xion's carrying. I like that premise. I like that premise. I like that idea. I like that idea. But yeah, so the next step, I believe, is to go to Lenegis. I tried doing another one of the optional dungeons, and the enemies inside of it are level 61. We're level like 42, which is well beyond what we can do right now. I mean, it's already tough fighting enemies that are like 5 or 6 levels ahead of you. Ain't no way I'm taking on something, you know, 10, 15, 20 levels ahead. That's just not gonna happen. The like big Zoogles that you fight, which are bosses, there's no way I'd be able to do that. I think the furthest we fought was like 6 or 7 levels ahead of us. I think we fought some bees that were pretty far ahead, but by and large, man, most of the enemies just absolutely destroy us. There is a strong benefit to fighting the big Zoogles, though. You get extra CP, which is your magic, and that allows us to live longer. So the larger that pool is, the better we are. So you do kind of want to fight them, but I'm sure if I was on a lower difficulty, I could probably handle it a bit better. I'm sure.
Are you tired, Hootle?
You sure he's not just
the
trying
enemies,
to hide from us?
The enemy's health pool is massive compared to what we get in the enemy info is actually not what the enemies have as far as health. They don't scale it. They give you the normal health and not the actual boss health. Like, I noticed when we were fighting a boss, I looked at the stat where it says here in the bestiary, you know, how much health an enemy has, and I looked at one of the bosses. I don't remember what it was. It was one of these bosses, like this thing, like the ooze hive. We died to it, and I like looked to see, like, you know, what its weakness and resistance were, and I was just like, it says it's got 40,000 health. Okay, and then you get into combat and it's like 75,000. This does not fairly represent what the health is on hard mode. I don't know why they do that. They clearly have the information there. I don't know why. These stats here are not what is representative of not representative of what they actually have. He had 200,000 health when we fought him the first time. When he was Mysterious Swordsman, he had 200,000 health. So he had like 45, 50 extra thousand health on him. So the stats that they have are not representative of what they are, which is kind of annoying. I would honestly, the only thing that really makes any difference is seeing the weakness and resistance. That's really the only thing that makes all that much of a difference. But it is kind of annoying that this does not represent the actual health. This is maybe like normal mode. And since we're playing on hard, so their attack power, their defense, I am sure is much higher. I am sure is much higher. But
looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
So we came here, we did sleep, we've got food. I kind of want to try to go back in. I can't do this. This was two twin werewolves. That was a bit too. They were pretty much just one-shotting us. The stud from the plains. We could do this though. We could do this. We have to go pick up a suit for the farmer. I forgot that we had this one. He asked us to come here and go talk to a lady.
Made it.
Ooh, it's a lady. They said she was the prettiest woman in town. He lied.
Well...
excuse me, miss.
Huh?
I mean, she's not unattractive, but is she the prettiest in town? Pff, probably not. What? Are you here to hit on me too? No, nothing like that. I'm here to pick up an order for Bogdal.
Right.
Oh, Boggy from the ranch? He's always such a good customer. His order's all ready, so I'll bring it right out. Sorry for jumping down your throat there. He was totally there to hit on you. It's fine. I can tell you're a pro at shooing away pesky suitors. You could say that again. Dealing with one unwelcome advances has become second nature. Wish they'd take a hit and see I'm not into that crap. I thought it said carpet first. Yay, reading. Wish they'd take a hint and see I'm not into that crap. Yeah, I bet it gets old.
Law.
Law, are you ready to go or what? I was thinking, would you be... Well, hello there, handsome. This your friend? Yeah, he and I traveled to get... Say, you wouldn't happen to be free, would you? I'm almost done for the day. What? Get out of the way, Law. Adults are talking here.
Sorry.
Sorry. I still have things to do. I've got people waiting on me, so...
Oh?
Aw, really? Too bad. You're kind of cute, truth be told. Uniform. Oh, right. Of course. Here's that uniform Boggy ordered.
Thanks.
Much appreciated, ma'am. We'll be seeing you. All right, don't be a stranger, handsome. Rules for thee, but not for me. See, she did not find you attractive at all, but she found us, Alphen, beautiful. See, the key is not to be you. That's the key. The key is to be me.
Looks like you're done here, Alphen.
Yeah. That was too close.
The key is to be me. The me key is the key. It's always true. Being me is always true. Wait, what?
I wonder what we'll find out there this time. Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon. I mean, other than them.
Dead Zoogle. I'ma eat all these pigs. The rat pigs are scared. That rat pig is huge. Imagine all the meat we could get from that one. Like, at least 2 meats. Oh, okay. Howdy, partner. What's up, Mara? How you doing? How goes stuff? How is your Saturday
Judging
going?
by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
Yeah, I guess I gotta talk like this now. Yeah. Instead, I got yeehaw, brother. I'm not handsome enough to pull off Dracula, okay? It's just not possible. I don't
We
even
should
know
be
how
able
they
to
do
cook
that
here.
with their facial hair. Like, that's just magical. Facial hair, my facial hair does not work like that. I have always wondered what I look like with a mustache, and now I know. Awesome. And now I know. And now I know. And I got mutton chops. I ain't never had no mutton chops before. I got some mutton chops. I'm all, oh, look at all the rat pigs. I'ma eat all of you. They're pink. This specifically is not a mustache since it's so much more. This is a state of mind. Oh, they're gonna get the rat. I want to get the rat. Ah, stupid pigs. Bam.
You better not come back. Got it?
I don't know what, that was a big ass rat. It's definitely a lifestyle choice. It's definitely a lifestyle choice. I was like, I gotta see what I look like, and I went, that's not bad. That's not bad. I'ma leave it. I'ma leave it. I'ma leave it. I thought it was gonna be terrible, and I went, no, this is good. This is good. The only weird thing is I have not had cool air on my chin in 20 plus years. It feels weird to feel my chin feels cool. It literally feels cool, and I'm not used to that feeling. It's weird. Do people give you more room in the grocery store because they're scared? Do you think this is threatening? I feel like this look says I like hops. I'm gonna talk your ear off about craft beer, but that's not what you get from me. That's not what you get from me. But I feel like that's what this look says. That it is even more hipster. Sort of a Yosemite. Well, tarnation! Yeehaw! You think I'm gonna like lasso me a steer? I should be rustling. Please, with the big. I don't have a big hat. I don't have a cowboy hat. I wish I did. I have a Kangol. That's what I have, and the Kangol is inappropriate. I don't have a hat. I got a pimp hat. I don't know where that pimp hat is. I'd have to go looking for it. But that would not be appropriate. Out west, we're born with Stetsons on. I've never owned, yeah, a Stetson or cowboy hat. I've never had one. I guess if you grow up riding ponies all the time, Mara, I guess. I'm assuming that was a photo opportunity and not like your pony. Was that your pony, Mom? You had a pony growing up? A miniature horse? What do they call those tiny horses? Tiny horses? Is there a name for them? I called it a pygmy horse. Is there a name for the tiny horse? I mean, I guess if you have horses, you should have hats. You got stirrups. Stirrups, boots. I've never had cowboy boots either. I've heard that they can be uncomfortable. Just a preschool thing, but my brother went to a different preschool and also got a pony picture. Shetland. That's it. Shetland pony. Jeremy had a mini horse? Well, aren't you fancy horse people? I guess I don't deserve to have a handlebar mustache if I have never been horsing. I've rode a horse or two. Someone dumped her in their lawn and then they just kept it. They're like, guess this is our horse now. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Like out west, people just put stuff on your lawn and you're like,
Through these
guess
lands
that's mine
most
now.
verdant green, my eyes alight for sights
She mows the
unseen.
grass. They named her
In
Charity.
Menancia, pure and pristine.
Did they just
What is
leave
it
her
you
there?
see exactly?
That's not for me to say.
So it literally is, I guess we have a horse now. And the horse just stayed and cut the grass. And his name was Charity. Because it was a charity horse.
Hey,
Did they actually have to take care of it? Like, you know, put shoes on it. Because horses wear shoes. And give it a stable. They had to give her away when they lost the house. Yeah, she lived in the yard. She lived to be over 30. No shoes. Oh, that poor horse was not cool enough to have shoes. Damn. Did they groom her? Did they, like, you know, brush her and all that? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Could you ride the horse? Was it rideable? Did they have a saddle? I have so many questions. Did they braid her hair? If I had a horse, I would braid its hair. They should have, but I don't know if they did. The little kids rode her around, but no saddle or anything. They didn't have horse stuff or money for that. Got you. Got you. Horses are expensive. Horses are really expensive. Like, super duper expensive. Like, absurdly expensive. There's a reason why it's like rich people stuff. It's like, I want a pony, and it's like, do you have $1 million? Because that's what it takes to take care of a horse. I guess unless you let it roam free in your yard, then it's free. A horse can just survive off eating grass. I mean, I know they're grazers. What else would a horse eat? I know they can, like oats are good for horses. I know you need to give them salt. I know you need to give them salt. I don't know what ratios. I don't either. Some, right? Right? A number higher than 0. A number higher than 0. Do I look affluent to you? Yes, you wear glasses. People that have glasses are rich people and intelligent people. So, yes. Yes. Very affluent. Very affluent. And you have hair? That's like rich people's stuff. And clothes? You wear clothes? Shoes? I don't even know how you got shoes. Yeah. Sir, you have some hair, right? But you have rich people hair. You might be horse rich. No, you can't have some hair. You have to have a lot of hair. I look like horse people, but I am in fact a scam artist. Positively Hirsute. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't saying like Chewbacca's amount of hair. I want Chewbacca amount of hair. A basement person. If you had Chewbacca amount of hair, you would be basement person. That's the definition of a neckbeard. They have hair in their neck where there shouldn't be hair. Is the reason why they're called neckbeards is because they shave their face but leave the, the hair on there. I'm gonna do that. That's my next move. I'm gonna grow out all my neck hair and I'm gonna shave the top part, and it's just gonna be all of this. No sideburns, no mustache, just hair on my neck. It's not gonna connect to anything. It's just gonna be down, just gonna be a triangle down here, like a Victorian bear collar. That's a thing. Oh, beard collar. I don't know that I've ever seen someone with something like that. My 23andMe said I was 90% more Neanderthal than other people. You can tell when people have Neanderthal in them. You can tell. You can look at them and go, your ancestry is Neanderthal. You can look at people and go, yeah, that's Neanderthal. Neanderthal. Dyslovian? That's... There's got to be Dyslovian in people too, right? Because we mixed with the Dyslovians and the Neanderthals. Neanderthal. We mixed with both of them. So there's got to be like cross-species humans everywhere, right? I wonder what the percentage of the population is that has Neanderthal in them. We're not like other girls. I would imagine it's like where your ancestors come from, right? It's gotta be like 12% of the population. You gotta stay far away from those people that have Neanderthal blood in them. You can't trust them. Can't trust them. It's very chance based. I gotta go do dishes. I just wanted to see your new look. Well, thanks for stopping by, Mara. Have fun doing dishes. Doing dishes is alright, especially for short people. It's real good. It's real good. Because you could just like reach out and put your hands in the sink. I gotta like punch over and duck to access the sink. Very uncomfortable. Sink is too high. Oh, you get a footstool? Even better. Even better. It's like being a child again. Or still. I wish all countertops were high. Either way, Mara. Thanks for stopping by. I missed you too. Take it easy. We've got the uniform you asked for. Yep. That's exactly what I ordered. Thanks, kids. I wish I'd never met her. Say, how are you all taking to ranch work? Getting used to it? More or less. Though it's pretty hard trying to communicate with any of the animals, I have to say. Really? They're all good with me. That's true. They do seem to listen to whatever you have to say for some reason. Yeah, I guess so. But why not you? Can you tell they want... Can't you tell what they want just from looking at them? No, not really. Ah, well, for me, looking after them comes pretty naturally. Now they all like to gather around me whenever I'm working.
Nice.
Wow, I wish I had that kind of talent. Look at all the animals flocking to you or girls. Ain't you lucky, boy? Didn't you want to be popular with the ladies? With human ones, yes, not animals. Actually, that reminds me. The biggest cow here gave me some of her grass.
Wow.
Maybe she was confessing her feelings. Heh, maybe so. Didn't expect my first confession to come from a cow. We'll all be. Even Mary's taking a shine to you, eh? She's the most popular cow in the whole ranch. You really are a born lady killer. Except with my own species, apparently.
What?
Guys! A big bull just got loose. Damn. That looks like it's Ab. This ain't good. He and Mary are mates, you know. Guess he's jealous his beau's taking a shine to another man.
Really?
You kidding me? Quit your yapping and get out there and catch him, boy. This is your fault.
We did it.
I guess being this popular has its downsides.
Hey!
Humans, not animals. Humans.
Grief.
Anyway, I'll go round him up.
Yes.
Good. Just be careful. Ab's got a nasty temper. Thanks, kid. Do I have to fight
It
him?
couldn't have gone far.
There's still Zoogles on the loose. We'd better hurry.
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to do like ranch stuff. We got too many pigs. There's too many pigs. Too many pigs. There's too many pigs on the pig farm. There's too many pigs. Too many pigs. Too many pigs on the pig farm. All the way over here. The stud from the plane. The stud. Well, let's save just to be careful.
Isn't that the bull? It's surrounded by Zoogles.
Oh no!
Hey now, no picking on Ab.
Let's
Level
dispose
20.
of the trash.
Vacuum blade. Elucidity.
I'm on!
Vacuum
You
blade.
fight better at a distance.
The further away, the better.
Yeah.
Whew! I'm glad that's finally over. You okay, Ab? Good. Doesn't look like you're hurt anywhere.
I guess.
What were you thinking? Dangerous out there. Let's get you back to the ranch. Why do they put the big loop in the bull's nose? Why do they do that?
Yes.
There's got to be a reason, right? Is that to kind of like pull him along? Like maybe they tie something to it and like make sure to like guide him? What is... What? Why did they do that? There you are, Abergul Langtaro. Abgarol Langtaro? I'm so glad he made it home safe and sound.
Yeah?
That's a fancy name. Is that Ab's full name? Yep. And Mary short for Mary Bure Elbagor. I'm sure she's glad to see him again. Those sound an awful lot like names a lord might have. Might have been pretty hard getting Krabby Ab to follow you back, huh?
Huh?
Not really. He didn't make a fuss the entire way. He didn't? You must have a natural talent for husbandry if Ab's taken a liking to you, boy. Bulls and cows obeying you alike. You've got this ranching business down already. Yeah, maybe I'm good at this. Only you could figure out humans, too.
Hey.
Who asked you? Would you look at that? The girls have gathered round. You must have heard what he did.
Really?
Wow, there's so many.
Hey.
What are they doing? Are they gonna dance and sing? Is he pregnant now? They sure have taken a shine to you, boy. Yeah, they were licking you all over. Now my clothes are covered in slobber. No need to complain. Here, you can wear this uniform instead. Wait, isn't this what we picked up for you earlier? Are you sure I can have this? Of course I'm sure. Makes for good advertising having you wearing it during your travels.
Grief.
That's what this was for the whole time? I think it's best we get going now. Alright, don't be a stranger now, you hear? Ab and Mary, I'm gonna miss
Yeah.
you. I'll be back. Just make sure to have an extra change of clothes prepared in case I need it next time. Farmer's clothes. Work clothes They let the wearer forget the rigors of a fighter's life. Perfect for a man with a boundless fascination for farming equipment. A straw hat, good for blocking the sun's rays when working the fields. The casual leaf affixed to it adds a nice, chic farmer's touch. A straw hat good for blocking the sun's rays along the ocean shore. Its blue stripes also seemingly help keep the wearer's head cool.
Don't look now, but the animals have come to see you off.
Of course, the only affection I can get is from livestock.
Aww, I think you and them are a match made in heaven.
Right? Look at all the rapigs. I got 11 rapig meat. More rapig meat. More rapig meat. I'm gonna eat the shit out of these rapigs. Why am I making so much rapig meat? I have no idea. But I feel as though it's a great idea. Let's see here. Autalina Palace. What is this? A bibliophile. Yeah, we can't do anything with that. I don't know what the rarest book is. I think, yeah, that one, that enemy there is like way too high level. It's possible I could take down the giant Zoogle now. It's possible. And we can't do that one. Yeah, Fog Whirl is gnarly. I don't think I can go through there. I don't think I can go through there. We could try again. I think the enemies were like level 50 something. Oops. We could give it the old 1-2.
Finally made it.
I forgot my shoe. It's one of the few fishing places we have left, I think.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do.
Let's see what
Okay, yeah, these weren't too bad. These are level 43.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
But we found some enemies that were like level 50 something, and that was a bit much.
Astral energy!
Say no more. Got it.
Well done! Into the shadow! Illuminate the shadow! The power of flame!
This one's all mine.
A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing dancing
Yeah, those guys, easy.
Easy peasy. Hot
I
noodle.
agree. But then I believe I went down over here and good lord, that was a lot of stuff. And then all of these little dudes like absolutely shit all over us. Let's try again. Maybe we can fight them now. Yeah,
This one will be
54.
difficult to predict.
Don't mind if I do. Hold on to your art. Here I come. Rolling up air glow. A whirling whirl. Moon of heaven. Burst forth. I'll heal you all. Cyclone. Healing blast. Leave the enemy's arts to me.
No complaints here. Vacuum blade. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Shine. Radiant light.
All right. It's
Sister, I couldn't make it in time.
Ah!
Focus.
Power still is through.
company.
Oh, I died.
They smite.
Celestial Runner. Suffocation. Into the
Not done yet.
A whirling struggle. Winds of heaven. First
Vacuum
force.
blade.
Close one. Illuminate.
You little turds!
Imbue this. Here I come. Vacuum blade. No.
I don't know, hit them!
Chain between heaven.
Stop them from doing bad, evil things! I'm dead.
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Magic is there. In here. More for the stockpile. A whirl. Blah blah blah. Magic. Everyone, get back. It's too dangerous. I'm on more with that game.
Oh, she killed one. I think we could probably take them. He's fine. You got it, Rinwell. You just need to move more.
Here I come. Dance in the wind. Don't mind if I do.
Get him. I'm gonna just give you orders from over
Sleep
here.
now.
You're doing great.
More for the stockpile. A whirling struggle.
Doing
Winds
great.
of heaven. First force. Sealed. Take care.
Nope, you're dead.
Pluto.
Yeah, those enemies are just insane. Level 50 is just still a little beyond us. I kind of feel like we might be able to do it, but it's really, because there's so many of them, it's really hard to see where the attacks are coming from, because they're all coming from, you know, like right in front of us.
Not in your dreams.
I could do without this pain.
Hold on to your arm. Here's a healing arm. Here I come.
There.
First aid.
Thanks. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here, let me help.
First aid.
Ha! Burn in hell.
Don't mind if I do.
Vacuum blade. Catapult. There. Vacuum blade. Tornado drive.
Illuminate the globe.
No, you can't end here.
Forgive me. This is my
Like, I see the attack incoming, but because I've like spammed the attack button so much, I can't get the fuck out of there.
This one's mine.
Vacuum blade.
Searing tempest.
There.
Do it.
This is good.
Now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Elfin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you.
Bind.
Sleep now.
Strike. Shine. Radiant glare. Boost of regeneration. Vacuum blade.
Sorry to
There.
Now here goes. Not on my watch.
There. Vacuum blade. Vacuum blade.
Come on, man, dodge out of there, dude.
No one playing nice. Thank you for the healing, Dohun.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
In here.
Victory is within reach.
Dig deep, and we can do this.
Impressive fervor, little one.
Down. Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends for, we can't depend on.
Can't be happening.
You're right. Excellent technique.
bear that in
How are
mind.
your weapons holding up? That's not to give me any ideas.
Vacuum blade. There. Vacuum blade. Here I come.
What hit me? That's bullshit. Get Shion back in.
Burning strike. Dance in the wind. Failure self-taken.
I owe you.
Everyone, get back.
I completely disagree that something hit me there.
Take this. No escape. Vacuum blades. There.
Illuminate the dark.
Vacuum blade.
I didn't even see anything.
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
Peach gel, apple gel. Yeah, but I won. So take that. Yeah, recover all, 80%. Yeah, do it all. Yeah, that's just maybe a bit much. I think. Maybe not all the enemies are like that, though, you know? Maybe they're not all insane and crazy.
What's this thing?
A salmon? We like us some salmon. Okay, 3 is way more manageable than the, like, 9 we just fought, right?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Whirling trouble.
Vacuum blast!
Wings of heaven. First force.
It's just insane.
Coming to flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Coming through!
Yep, just do it.
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning.
Everlasting
Downfall.
Here I come!
By the
Negative
power
gun!
of the will.
Rending
Where
you
that
apart!
came from. Flawless flight.
Bloody howling! Now! Force of regeneration! Prepare to be seen! I owe you one! No escape!
Into the shadows. Shining
Vacuum
supernova.
blade.
Dance in the wind. Here's a healing air thrust.
No dawn shall break this night!
An astral arch? That's my cue.
This isn't ideal.
Shut him down! Breath of life! Feel my very companion! And cure!
Gravitas field.
Penumbra!
Confiscated.
Vacuum blade!
Annihilation.
Where are you going?
Behold! The earth
Okay, sir.
tectonic fission! No! Can't end here!
I couldn't make it in time.
I can't even take a hit. He just hit so hard.
I think I'm coming down with something grave.
A chronic inability to read the room?
A malady your art cannot fix. Another incantation. It's in your hands now.
Now I can let loose!
I'm out of ammo. Dark field. A world I can't hold on much longer. Will this help?
Coming through!
Even just 3 of them.
Now! Scarlet and...
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Can't do that. No!
I've got
No,
a
no,
really
no,
bad
no,
feeling
no, no.
about this.
I've used too much.
That buzzing is driving me mad!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Haha, cheating. Revival ring.
Looks like some solid equipment.
I think it is some solid equipment. That, I don't know what way we came in. Hey, I'll fight the bees.
I can't heal you forever.
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side, Goku.
These things really get on my nerves.
Flying free!
I want to be trouble.
See ya! You take care of them!
Listeners, this ends now.
See, that's fine. Fighting these, that's fine. Fighting the not these, not fine. Very bad. The worst bad. It doesn't get more bad. It's the baddest anything has ever been in Bad Town.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously. The speed and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had no idea you were watching me so closely.
Ha 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 ha! Oh, it's a dead end! Ha 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 ha! Alright, no idea what's over here. That leads to the exact same spot, right? Yeah. I like the look of this cavern. It's very luminescent. Centered.
This cavern is surprisingly big. Not to mention nice and cool, too.
The way the light from the glowing stones reflects in the water, it almost feels like a dream.
What, this damp and slimy place? Are we looking at the same thing?
There's still more in here, holy crap.
Don't get careless.
Okay, that was not there. That was literally not there. Why did you just stop moving? There was an enemy there?
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
Where did the slimes come from? I can't fight them. That was bullshit. I'm offended. If we could get something worthwhile in here.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Red rosemary. Mushrooms. I don't know what the shining enemies do. Hey guys. I would fight one of them if it was possible.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea. What's this thing?
Just 9,500? Seems like a scam to me. Little boogers. Okay, that's definitely probably more than we can punch through right now. Ah!
Coming through.
I mean, maybe we can.
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Lightning! That'll bring you down.
I'll face you. The tempest engulfs you.
Radiant fire! A whirling storm!
Forgive me.
This
This is my
to
fault.
the fray!
In here, by the power of water.
tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Then let's keep pressing the attack.
Indeed, but remain ever vigilant.
Piercing roar! Time to shine!
What are you doing? Why would you run all the way over there?
Piercing roar! Looking fearsome, Rinwell.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Let's kick some ass, kid.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Chain between heaven and earth. Burning strike! A wailing banshee of lightning!
They smite with blessing.
Alright, sure.
Everyone's still in one piece?
Except for you. You got beat up. Meow. Gotta make that noise. Meow.
Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
Heavy treat. So it's all been consumables so far. Inner sanctum. Oh,
We
man.
should be able to cook here.
And a fast travel point. It's kind of cool. Nature works in mysterious ways and hides many secrets. Keep your eyes peeled out there. You never know when you might find clues. Was just curious if they sold anything interesting. Nothing that's better than what we have right now. Sure.
Alphen, do you understand what's on the line here?
What?
The fish, Alphen. With all these Zoogles around, nobody can give them a good home. Namely, my stomach.
Shion, we can't rush this. If there's a big-time Zoogle waiting for us, we've got to be prepared.
You've got a point.
We can't let some dumb Zoogle beat us. Not with these fish at stake.
I'm pretty sure we're all in it to win it here.
Fish steak. I will not make any fish steaks. I think I've made everything? Maybe we've never made a hamburger. Sure, let Law make it.
Hey, that actually came out pretty alright, don't you think?
Nope, nothing.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought maybe.
I think it's time we go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Morning. Ready to head out?
I'm sure whatever's at the end of this I can't fight. Untamable rage. We'll go look at it though.
Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap!
Undine drop. Level 56. I could totally fight this. No problem.
This
He's the one who polluted the pond!
Consider this payback for all those fish!
I'm doing 34 damage. This is perfect.
Go for the weak point!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
You're being targeted. Sonic Spear!
Dance in the wind! It's raining blobs of slime! Gross!
I'll take out as many as I can.
Thunder Field! Lunar Blossom!
Burn!
Light Astro Illumination!
Can't move!
If we put on
Hold on to your arms. Here I come!
anti-water stuff,
Radiant Wind!
what's anti-water? Opal? No. Alexandra. Nope. Garnet. Yeah.
Not in your dreams!
Elusive Deity! You're mine! Eagle Ray! Eternal Devastation!
Wind Astroluna! Banana! Let's go! First aid! There! Photon Splash!
Take this! We're not done!
Air thrust!
I'm out of it.
I'm also terrible! Mega Ray! Wind
Blade! Tornado Drive!
What's up, John? How you doing, dude?
Helios thrust!
Now I can let loose!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
There!
Resuscitation between heaven and earth!
This one's all mine! Elusive Deity! Burn in hell! Glowing Vacuum Blade!
Whirling struggle!
There!
Winds of heaven!
Take it!
Here goes!
It's over! Eternal Devastation!
Confiscated!
Vacuum Blade! Rending you up! There!
It's about to strike!
Vacuum Sharp and Rain! In an instant! Impact Claw!
We work well together, like a finely timed waltz.
Where are you going?
Rending you apart! Vacuum Blade! Bloody Howling! There! It's too much! Vacuum Blade!
It is too much.
First aid!
Now I can let loose!
I'll fix you up!
Resonate with the earth!
Recover!
Stalagmite! There! Is this it?
Forgive me. This is my fault.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Regenerate!
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Mm-mm. Mm. This, that's not doable. We can't even do damage to the enemies there. It's nice that we got all the way there, but yeah, I can't. We're not taking the ads down fast enough. I think the only thing we could do is board the ship. You had 5 Audible credits, so you used them to buy all 5 volumes of the Game of Thrones books.
We finally made it.
Do you think, how long has George R.R. Martin been working on the next book? It's been a decade, if not more. My buddy read them a long time ago. Like one summer he spent like the whole summer reading. I can't believe he read stuff that quick. I'm always surprised when people can read stuff that quickly. But I mean, it's been like 15 years, right? I don't know that Game of Thrones. Let's go with books. I wrote Game Thrones rather than of. I wrote So 2011, so The Winds of Winter is the one that everybody's waiting on. It's been 13 years. Martin has mentioned it's probable he will never finish Winds of Winter. He was struggling with the manuscript. In December 2024, which was recently, he stated he might never finish the novel or book series, but did reaffirm that it was his highest priority and had no plans to retire. I mean, that's cool. He's really old, though. What, he's like in his, like, mid-70s? Yeah, 76? I mean, dude. That's cool that he wants to continue finishing it, you know? Like, that's dope. It's taken him 13 years to write not even the final book. There's still supposed to be more after this. That's crazy, man. Crazy. You had to use them? Well, I mean, you got to... I wasn't saying you made the wrong choice. You totally made the right choice. You totally made the right choice. I was just curious when the next book was supposed to be coming out, and for years and years he had been saying like he was getting close to the end, getting close to the end, getting close to the end, and just didn't. He started the series in 1991, so it's been going on for 33, almost 34 years now. That's got to be a hard thing to do. One of the things that you always need, which I don't know that Martin has, is you always need, when you have like this big, massive idea of what you want to do, you got to have like a game plan. Things can evolve within that game plan, but you got to know the beginning and the end, where you want to go, and then some things along the way. I wonder what he's done. He didn't do much for Elden Ring. He didn't do much for Elden Ring. He didn't spend, you know, like writing like 2,000 pages worth of lore for Elden Ring. He did some small help with lore building. He did not do that much for Elden Ring. He was like a consultant, you know. He probably sat down and talked with people for a couple of hours, and then it was just like, all right, can I have my $100,000, please? Cool, I'm out, motherfuckers. Peace. He did not do much with Elden Ring. And Elden Ring isn't the only thing he has worked on. He's done, I mean, George R.R. Martin, I believe, started, maybe not started, but did a lot of writing for like TV shows and stuff like that. He's been writing for a really, really long time. I don't care about his politics. Awards and stuff. Yeah, I guess he started writing in 71. Where he had some like short stories. And published some novellas in the 70s. Short stories and stuff. Yeah, he's been writing for a really long time. But yeah, it would be... I've never gotten into the Game of Thrones. We've had this discussion before, but I would like it if he was, you know, able to finish it, but I feel like that's an impossible task now. When it takes that long, you have to assume that he is unsure. Maybe the pressure's just gotten to him too, of what he wants to do, where he wants to go, how he wants things to play out. Writer's block can be a bitch. And sometimes doing exactly what he's done is step away from the project for a while, you know? Step away from it. Try to get some distance between yourself, and then maybe you come back to it later with fresh eyes. But honestly, when you step away from something for so long, sometimes you feel like you don't want to go back to it. There are definitely projects that I started, like big projects, and got huge ways into the undertaking. And maybe got like 70%, 65% of the way through with something and then just scrapped it. I've done that before. I've gotten near finished to things. I've gotten like 95% stuff done and scrapped it. Shit, man, I've completed things and scrapped it. So, yeah, maybe he just doesn't like what he's done. Got to a point where he wasn't quite sure how he wanted to continue, but then you've done all that work up until that point. If you've written 1,200 pages, let's say, in a book, that's a scary thing to look at and scrap, because that's years worth of work that you've put down there, you know? And so looking at that and going like, man, I'm gonna have to do some like mega rewrites. I may have to rewrite the entire thing. I don't know what I want to do. Like, who knows what he's dealing with, you know? And I doubt he would, I doubt, other than maybe his publisher or maybe some really close friends that he could trust, like confidants, I doubt he would say anything to him. And when you're faced with like an uphill battle like that, you don't want to face that kind of stuff. You don't want to think about the fact that like, shit, man, you're right, I got this thing, because people are constantly hounding him over it, you know? It's an unfortunate situation he got himself into. Good. On one hand, he's made millions of dollars off of it, so that's good. But it caught on like wildfire, and it seems that he kind of burned out. And the downside is it came along later in his career. Maybe you just don't have that energy anymore too. Being in your like mid-70s, I mean, that's kind of like retirement age. You should be, you know, enjoying your, you know, twilight years, not stressing over what did Jaime Lannister say to Cersei, you know? Is that someone's name? Is Cersei somebody in the books? Alright. I think we're just jumping on this ship here. I think that's what we're doing. Let's get a save here. You know what? Let's double save here. Get that up. I could grind on some of those slimes. We could go in there and I could just fight some of those slimes over and over again until we like get like a level or two. We were getting like 2,000 or 3,000 from them, which for now I don't know what that actually does for me. Do we see? Okay, so if I'm getting 3,000 per fight, dude, my sword strike is 9,999. My aerial strike is only 1,100, and my flame strike is only 1,500. Dang. Her astral arts is through the roof. See, you're more well balanced. Water strike, recovery, staff, demon. He has 0 in spirit strike. I don't even know what spirit strike is. And we haven't really used her all that much. Maybe we should sub her out for... I really like Rinwell, though. I really like Rinwell. Yeah, I have not done... I have really ignored the aerial stuff. Maybe we could learn some more fame strikes and aerial strikes if I did them more. All right, let's do it. Let's take off. Let's go for it.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like Petunia.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have 2 goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Oh, they finally took off all of the crap on the ship, huh? It was covered in, like, moss and ivy and vines.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
My party disbanded.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Yeah, okay. We'll seize our future by our own hands, yeah, through friendship. And sacrifice.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
He says he took countless lives, but he literally doesn't know what happened. Like, he was performing a ritual and then passed out. And then he was like, look at all the people I murdered. But you don't know that. You were unaware, unconscious. He doesn't know what happened. It is as you say, the past is what it is, and there's no changing it. That goes for me just as much as it does you. We have no idea what happened during that ritual. Oh, that's cool. Both of them?
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dahna in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
I got it. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. New technology is weird. You bought Okami HD in the PS Store for $5. Okami's a cool game. It's a cool game. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It definitely has its... It's a little clunky, but it's fun. It's fun. You know, it's Capcom's stab at Legend of Zelda, even though they had made some Legend of Zelda games. It's their own Legend of Zelda game. You still worried? No. Why would you think that? The painting mechanics can be a little goofy. You know, because it was designed for the PS2 originally, and then it was ported to the Wii. And I messed around with it a bit on the Wii, and it definitely feels better because you have more control over the paintbrush there. I played it on Steam. I wonder if, because like the PS4 and the PS3 and the PS5, they all have gyroscopes in their controllers. I wonder if they could have implemented some sort of, you know, motion controls back into the game. That'd be kind of cool. 'Cause that may allow you to get like a little bit better control rather than using the joysticks for it. You wouldn't, I don't know if it would be as fast, but that'd be kind of interesting if they would have done that. I hope that, man, I don't know what I hope. They announced that, you know, that they were making a new game, but they didn't really give us details. I was gonna say, you know, like maybe I hope that they don't have, ooh, you think that's like a vending machine or something? Like motion controls and stuff and like the paintbrush thing, but the paintbrush thing is such a large part of Okami. I don't see how they could take something like that out of it. I wonder what they'll do.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
It's been a long and winding road getting here, but in the end, I'm glad we all met. That was very nice of her to say. Also, Man, how bad do you think that, tube smelled? I spent 300 years in one of these tubes. That had to have smelled ranky stanky. Ranky stanky.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Dude, Rinwell is a menace. She is a menace. You gotta remember to stay on her good side.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
There are so many questions I have. One, is there a sovereign currently? You know? Volrin somehow was a sovereign, so does that mean that, like, he won the contest before? Like, they didn't explain that, and then he came down because he has to do it again? Is there another sovereign, though? Is there a sovereign here in Lenegis? We don't really know how the power structure works, and Dohalim or Shion certainly haven't said anything to us about that. I mean, there could be somebody sitting on a throne somewhere, right? They gotta have somebody in charge. Like, the people being sent down aren't in charge. Somebody else is, maybe a group of people. Like I said, is there like a Congress, representatives, some sort of parliament, something that's, you know, like a board, you know, somebody that has some other sort of power to, like, oversee how things go? Like, we don't know any of that. Also, Rinwell is acutely aware of things going on around here. She's very observant. At the start of the new year, I may lift the boycott I have on Nintendo. A boycott you have on Nintendo? Why are you boycotting Nintendo?
Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. A capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention was that you can't imagine that these people have somewhat interstellar travel and they don't have some sort of radar of, I mean, you would assume that they could tell that, you know, ships are incoming, you know? It'd be kind of foolish to think that they don't have the ability to detect incoming ships. Of course they would. It would be absurd to think that they wouldn't. I'm Boycotting Nintendo because of the Power World lawsuit? No, I don't remember. That's why I asked. I mean, all corporations are evil. Oh, what's going on here? They're having trouble here, huh? This doesn't look good.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Yeah.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
Oh,
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
Doe? Wife or sister?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
How can they
The Dahnans
tell?
among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
How do they know somebody's a Dahnan? And how do they know somebody's a Renan? I don't... Outside of the fact that, you know, Dahnans had some sort of orb injected in them so that they could harvest astral energy from them, I don't know how you can, like, tell the difference between... I don't see anything in particular that says this person's a Dahnan, this person's a Renan. Clearly there's something that they can tell, but...
What could be so important it's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process? It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
The Avakir cat also said we haven't heard anything from the Sovereign, so there is a Sovereign here.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
No, I agree. It's weird that, like, they would destroy their own, like, housing district and stuff like that. There's more to it. Is Lenegis done for? The residential quarter's falling apart. Like, if you have engineers and they know that the structure can shift, why would you build something on it that if the structure shifted, it would destroy it? Like, that just would make absolutely zero sense. With everything all topsy-turvy in the residential quarter, there are lots of injuries. Stuff keeps dropping on people, and they're also falling down.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit? The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
For all intents and purposes, he is the winner, right? Everyone else is dead. He just didn't get the Almus Reyes or whatever the thing was called. Rema Alma? I don't remember. Reyes Alma? You know, for all intents and purposes, he's the only lord left. He won. He's the next sovereign, right? The Sovereign knows best. His will works in mysterious ways, so we're gonna stumble across whoever this other sovereign is. Can anyone hear me? Please, someone answer me. What's going on? Why can't I reach anyone? I don't even have a sneaking suspicion. I'm like positive that we're gonna run into... Can we drop down? No. Oh, he's putting out the fires with some astral arts. Huh? Where am I? I just went out for a walk, but I don't know where I am. I don't know. Everything's falling apart and looks completely different. I can't get a hold of Mother and Father either. You've nothing to fear, kids. I'm sure there's a reason for everything that's going on. And even the Zoogles are running loose. That seems dangerous. Zoogles are nothing more than our servants. They may have gotten out, but I assure you, I'll have them back under control before long. If you kids consider yourselves to be proud Renans, then be brave. We'll have the situation fixed before you know it. Where's the dang Sovereign when you need him? Can't he see the city's in trouble? Let's not jump to conclusions now. I'm sure there's a reason he hasn't appeared yet. Let's simply give it time. Because Volrin was a sovereign, do you... I postulated it earlier, but maybe the reason why they haven't seen the Sovereign is because it was Volrin, right? In all my years, never have I seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking the time to help an old woman like me. Fancy parfait recipe. A lavish parfait filled to the brim with fruit and cream. Though extremely satisfying to eat, eating one risks developing more than a few cavities. You know, I have never had a parfait.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
I have never had a parfait. I would not mind having a parfait, to be perfectly honest. I can parfait up.
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
It seems to me that the Renans don't notice her for some reason. We, as Danans, were able to see her, but the Renans don't notice her, even though this woman has been around them. She has some sort of ability to, one, make like people forget because she's like talking to the lords and stuff, but they don't remember her, and other Renans seem not to notice her. I wonder if they'll put the current crown contest on hold. So it makes sense that even if he was with the Lord often, he wouldn't remember seeing her because she has some sort of mystical abilities of, you know, forgetting, and she's invisible somehow. She doesn't appear in their eye wavelength. The Zeugles suddenly stopped listening to our commands. As soon as we turned our backs, they bolted for the horizon. Nothing like this has ever happened before. We have to put the crown contest on hold. We can't carry it on while things are like this. I mean, the crown contest is over, bro. Bruh. It's over. Bro. It doesn't look like there's any places for us to actually go here. Oh, that will open up.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to this city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zeugle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
Finally!
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
I've been asking these questions since, like, the beginning of the game. Why is it taking them so long to ask these questions? Finally! Finally!
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
I want to hear what they're saying. I feel truly blessed to have a lord who shows such care and concern for his people. Ah, and yeah, now it's all gone.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Renans and their lords. Sure. Do I talk to them here? Talk to people who support the lords. I could do that. You want to know which lord I support? Why? You out canvassing for someone? I'm with His Excellency Wolsey Wolsey Teldilis. You probably know him better as Lord Balsif. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I realize he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Teldilis doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who serve it will be the first to admit that. But His Excellency always stands up against any who would mean us harm. Of that we can be sure. His efforts in the crown contest aren't only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe much to His Excellency. I could never dream of serving any other lord.
Balsif had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
You want to know which lord I support? Why? Are you canvassing for someone? Never mind. I already heard you talk. Once. She looks like that other lady. Lord Dohalim, you have returned. Ah, and I see you've brought aides with you. Do you remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? Yeah, you're the twin of that other lady that was confused. Or lost. Not only do I support House Ilkaris, more specifically his lordship personally. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship with any who will listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject through this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumult, I've been unable to upload them. I know, since you're all here, I'll just read them aloud. Ahem. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed house Ilcaris, and his name is Lord Dohalim. Music is his passion, the arts his great love. The scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic is his posture, why the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering in an era of prosperity for our grand civilization. Until that glorious day comes, I shall forever be praying for his victory, morning, noon, and night. Well, what do you think, my lord? I poured my whole heart into it, hoping to capture your essence. Wait, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's love for collecting things. I must take this time while the lines are down to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete. Let's never talk to her again.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
You should. Well, I never. To think anyone would try to tear me away from House Valkyris.
What?
What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lord Dohalim or that dreadful Lord Almadrea, do you? You don't? Well, don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyris for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Ganabelt behind the scenes so that he might emerge victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist they're utterly mistaken. Though I won't deny he can be strict, he puts Rena's interests front and center like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis... Holy crap. He advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way, we will become masters of both worlds and overturn our current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there a greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. It is a pursuit of power for the advancement of all our kind. It is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my two sons have been blessed with the honor of joining him on the surface. As their father, it fills me with endless pride. They're probably dead.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Alright, well, maybe that's all for this part of town? Yeah. Oh, they're fighting a Zoogle. Aha.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Right.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Caenaris. I must ask you to depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house ruled over by the esteemed Lord Almadrea. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you ever noticed how in the history of Lenegis only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almadrea quashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, she also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She is a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, who gives her enemies nary the slightest opening to strike. Truly, Lord Almadrea is a woman of talent. No one in all Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy. Soon, the age of a glorious woman sovereign reigning over Lenegis shall be upon us at last. Yet she dead, bro.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
What's happening? I don't get it. There wasn't a decree or anything to announce this like there always is. You're right. Even if this was an accident, it's strange that we still haven't heard anything from the Sovereign yet. My ears deceive me? Or are you saying that you don't trust what the Sovereign's doing? I'll have you know that I was part of the delegation that came down with him to the Dana during the previous crown contest. He was a brilliant man and just as good with astral arts as well. I'm sure he's well aware of the situation and thus has a plan to resolve it. Until then, we must simply wait and trust in his judgment. Zeugles are cut off, they have nowhere to run now. It's amazing to see how those of us with only weak arts can still do this when we all come together. Keep it up, team. We'll have these pests taken care of in no time. No fighting down there? Who's doing? Who's talking? I'll beat him up.
Ridiculous.
How loathsome. Oh, I was just reading about Volrin. Can I help you? I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Urwagil Hildrus. Urwagil? I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Urwagil Hildrus myself. Were it not for his sudden death down on the surface, I likely still would be. In my eyes, Lord Urwagil is the true Water Lord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident like they say. As for how Volrin runs Ganath Harrows, don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danans, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where to the victor go the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this house Ignaceri of his anyways? I'd never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. That such an ignoble lineage could suddenly produce an astral artist capable of ascending to lordship is unheard of. None of it makes any sense, not to mention all the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Falstaff and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Alright. What's up, Bugs? How you doing, homie? I've done as many as I could. You know, when I found them, I've done what I could. Unless something is, like, wildly out of my reach, you know? So, I mean, I've done a decent amount of them. I don't know that I don't think I've, like, accomplished all of them. I know I haven't, but I've done some. The stuff for, like, going in and trying to deal with whatever, like, the optional areas right now, like the Fog Whorl and whatever that weird temple is, I haven't been able to do that stuff because it's like way above my level. But I've done what I can. I've done what I can. I don't know if that answers your question, but you're missing about 4. I have the Owl Forest. I got an achievement. I don't know what else we're missing for this. We're clearly missing something. I don't know what else I can do for this, but something's still missing for that one. Defeat giant Zoogles in Estaluva Forest. Those dudes were like 6 or 7 levels ahead of me, and I couldn't beat them. The Spirit Temple, can't do that. The Phantom Flower, that thing is like 10 or 11 levels higher than me. Bibliophile, I don't know what the rarest book is. Yeah, the Fog Whorl, we can't. That thing is about 10 levels ahead of me, and I could probably beat the Mantis now. I could probably beat the Mantis. But yeah, some of these are just like way too far ahead. Yeah, that's the Spirit Temple. I got like 6 or 7 rooms into it. Not that many. I was on like the 3rd room, like the 3rd teleportation room that you go into, and I was like, yeah. I didn't know what level things were. We were beating stuff. It was just taking a really long time, and I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to be in here. So I like intentionally died, and when I looked at the bestiary, it said they were like in their 60s, and I was like, oh, that makes sense why it took like an hour to kill one of them. Yeah. The residential quarters completely ruined. The roads are a mess and we can't get any power. The info terminals have gone dead. We can't get in contact with any of our fellow Renans to the ground in Dana. I wonder if the Sovereign's aware of what's going on. Yeah, it's just come back later, you know? It's all come back later. I tried to leave after how long the fights took, and I'm like, shit, can't leave. Yeah, I just died. There's no escape. You die. That's the key, dying. As a member of the upper caste, I order you to find a route out of here to the neighboring district. Please, no. You can't expect an old man such as me to do that. Not when there are Zoogles running loose in that part of town. It's exactly why I need you to do this. Surely you don't intend to defy me now, do you? Yeah, send the old man. That's what I would do. Sorry, authorized personnel only. The damage beyond here is too severe. You'll have to go around. I gotta imagine that maybe some of that stuff would be doable if I was playing on like normal or easy. I bet you like level 50 isn't too bad. Hard mode, when an enemy is like 3 or 4 levels above you and then they take off 3/4 of your health and you're like, oh, that's not good. Like the disparity in levels is massive. I don't know if that's how it is for the rest of the game, but it makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference just a couple of levels. When you were done with this part, you started to get a little lost in the story. So far, I mean, it's been relatively easy to follow. We'll have to see. Where's my house? I don't know how to get home. I'm sure there's going to be some wild twists and turns. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You saved my life. I would have been a goner had you not arrived when you did, milady. I understand we're in a crown contest, but I had no idea such a capable astral artist was in our midst. Forgive me for not realizing it sooner. Come on, you don't need to bow so deeply. All I did was strike that Zoogl's weak point. I didn't even get to go down. Oh, God. I didn't even get to go down to Dana for the crown contest, so I'm not sure how to feel about all this praise you're heaping on me. I didn't even get to go down on who? What? It gets confusing. You should have paid attention more. Sometimes in anime stories, it's very easy to zone out and just roll your eyes. I do that a lot. I am not the greatest at paying attention, and when somebody says something like absolutely like silly or absurd, my brain just focuses on that, and then I forget everything. I don't pay attention to anything else anybody say. That's a me problem. And it's anime, so they're constantly saying weird and absurd things. Father, what's going on? I'm scared. I'm not sure, son. Never in all my years on Lenegis has anything like this ever happened. Not even once. There's always been a decree before anything takes place. Not only was there none this time, but the residential quarter has seen damage and injuries. Does that mean there's something bad happening then? It's possible. For now, all we can do is wait and hope for the best. As far as like using characters, the only person I've really used is Alphen. I do that in games like this. I know that like they give you like 10,000 characters to use, and that's awesome. So you can find someone that like meets your play style, but whoever you lump me as the main character, that's who I'm going to be throughout the entirety of the game. So I've just really used Alphen in that regards. If you mean like personality-wise, I don't know. I kind of like all of them. I don't think I dislike any of them. In a lot of JRPGs, there's usually like 1 or 2 characters where I'm like, God, they're fucking annoying. In this, I actually really like all of them. Like I don't think I dislike anyone. I find them all interesting. They all bring some sort of unique perspective to the table, even if they are a bit naive and silly at times, you know? And even if some of their reactions are a bit heavy-handed or over the top, or if like their reactions to things feel illogical sometimes, I don't think I dislike anyone. I think that they all have amiable personalities. They complement each other well. Yeah, I mean they're in a group. Sometimes there's always that like character that has, you know, like a stick up their ass. They sort of have that, but not really. Xion is kind of supposed to be the character, but she really isn't. She's really affable. I'm surprised, like, you know, someone called her a tsundere, you know, tough exterior, soft, creamy inside, you know. Sure. None of them, she was standoffish at first, but she's even, you know, likable. You know, they're definitely her trope, I don't think is as severe as it has been in some other games. But yeah, I think all the characters are likable. I don't think that there's a single one that I dislike. I actually really like how the relationship between Law and Rinwell are. I actually like, they're like young, they're like, you know, teenagers, they're like 15, 16, but I really like how observant and astute Rinwell is. You know, it complements the like more silly and naiveness that Law has, but Rinwell's definitely very naive too. She says some extremely naive things and points out some very naive stuff, which I guess kind of exemplifies their youth. I really enjoy their characters' dynamics. They're a lot of fun. I usually hate the younger characters, but I find them very entertaining. Very entertaining. When we were on the ship to Lenegis, just coming here, she starts mocking Law. She was just like, "Oh shit, is you blushing? Oh fuck, dude. Oh my god." She just calls him out on the shit, and I was like, "Oh shit." I like that. I like that. You got to be careful around Rinwell. You got to be careful around her. She is very observant. That's scary. People that are that observant to like cues, you know, emotional cues, those people scare me. Those people scare me because those people know how to manipulate. Those people scare me. Are into each other? I don't know. As far as like young friends go, they're the two youngest people of the group, so they gravitate towards each other. Maybe there could be some romantic things going on there. There could be. I think they've alluded to at least Law being a little bit interested in Rinwell. I don't know if it's more than friendship though. I think they just gravitate to one another because they're young. Not just because you have a male and a female doesn't mean they have to be romantically involved, you know. They can just be friends. So that's kind of the way I was looking at it, and they haven't really pushed anything. They've hinted at romantic things between, you know, Alphen and Xion, and even, you know, Dohalim and Kisara. I like the fact that you can have relationships in these games without them having to be romantically involved. There's nothing wrong with having friendship, you know. At the end, they're all going to pair up and go on their own way. We'll have to see.
I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Corps existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
I mean, those are good questions. A big question is most of the people that are lords seem relatively young. It's hard to guess ages in anime. I would guess that, you know, Dohalim is somewhere in his like mid-20s, early to mid-20s. That's usually how it is, right? Some of those other lords could have been like maybe into their 30s and stuff like that, but you got to assume most of the people winning the contest of Sovereign are relatively young. So that would mean that, I don't know life expectancies here, but we've seen people that look like in their like 50s and 60s. That means that there could be many Sovereign. Like, they say the contests happen every 7 to 10 years. If people are living 70 years, you could easily see 10 Sovereigns come. And if you're living to 70, 80 years old, there would be a lot of Sovereigns left over, right? And if they all just end up kind of disappearing after they win, that's a little weird. That's a little weird. That's a little weird. Dohalim's like 28. I thought you said Kisara was 16. I was like, oh god. Rinwell and Law, yeah, they definitely seem like teenagers. They definitely seem like young teenagers. And Alphen is 370 billion years old. How could any of this happen? For years, Lenegis was a bastion of order and stability. Where did it all go so wrong? You done fucked up, son. You done fucked up. But yeah, I mean, like there's easily the chance that there have been multiple Sovereigns. And people would have easily seen lots of them.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else.
Is she angry?
You're just a coward!
I don't see you doing anything. Just screaming.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Oh, look at you. Yeah, I don't know if that was her brother, or I don't remember what they said, if it was her brother or like significant other or whatever, but yeah. But when they showed the flashback of him fighting that guy, like, the dude was about to kill him, and he was like, no, dude, don't do this, and he went into, like, rage mode, so Dohalim was just like, alright, bink. You know? Like, dude was gonna kill him. Like, she's a bit of a hypocrite. She was clearly there watching, so she's a bit of a tool-ass herself. Like, she would have been like, yay! My brother lover killed Dohalim! Great job! She's just upset that whoever that was died. She's just like a bitter loser. You killed him. Sore loser. She's a sore loser. I mean, dude, I feel pretty bad if I killed my friend too, though. Not gonna lie. It kind of sucks. But he shouldn't have tried to kill him. Oh, that's just... okay. That connects back to where we just were. I thought there was like a screen transition. Yeah, I'm not entirely... I don't remember what their exact relationship was. Either way, it was like someone she cared for. And so she holds, you know, Dohalim responsible for it. Which, I mean, like, you're defending yourself, right? If someone points a gun in your face and you also have a gun, and the person is just like, I'll fucking kill you! I'll fucking kill you! And you manage to pull your gun trigger first and kill them, like... I don't know. I feel guilty about fleeing while there are kids out there fighting. There's no need to worry about them. They come from a higher-ranking family than ours. That makes their astral art stronger than ours. They're simply fulfilling their duty to society as members of the ruling elite. I know, but it still doesn't sit right with me. You could help them. This is crazy. How long is this going to keep on? I don't know. Normally, we would have had orders from the top brass informing all the separate classes what they need to do. I doubt that's happening. The whole chain of command in this city seems like it's broken down. Nobody knows what's happening. It doesn't mean someone somewhere isn't watching our every move. For now, we should see if there's anyone higher ranking around here. Maybe they'll have an idea about what we should be doing. So there's other lords than the ones that went down to compete in the crown contest, which means they're the ones that are kind of in charge. I was wondering how that like played out, like who else was in charge here. So you've got the sovereign, but then you still have like this parliament of individuals, a board, a congress, somebody else that's kind of controlling things as well. Because the sovereign contest doesn't seem to be like the end-all be-all ruler. There seems to be something else at play. That is literally the first tofu we have found in the environment. The feeding pen in bad shape. The feeding pen is in bad shape. Who knows how many people have died? What happened to the Zeugles? Don't tell me they broke out. No. Luckily we were able to seal them off before they got too far. Not that it does much good when they've escaped in other districts, too. If I had to guess, I'd say there are a lot of Zeugles running loose throughout Lenegis. And there are a lot more of them than us, too. What are we gonna do? All our best soldiers are stationed down in Dana. Why would you send all of your best soldiers away? That doesn't seem smart. You should keep some of them. They never predicted something could go wrong here. What I'm learning is that they're very technologically advanced, but stupid. At least some of them.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together.
Of course you did.
Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed.
There we go.
Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
That's too many violins.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But If you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Oh, that Avakir spying.
Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
If things don't calm down soon, don't you think we should board a starship so we can evacuate? We can't. You need to have the Sovereign's permission to enter a starship for anything other than the crown contest. Well, where's the Sovereign? Why isn't he here to lead us in our time of need? I mean, that explains it all right there. So, Faria was Tanagrin's lover boy, and she got upset at Dohalim because her boyfriend was soft and got killed. If the rumors are to be believed, it's not just Zeugles who are out of control. Apparently a group of armored soldiers have started to rebel too. For all we know, we may be seeing the start of some kind of uprising. Don't you think so? That's absurd. Who could possibly plot such a conspiracy and think they could get away with it? True, if you rebel against the Sovereign, you're rebelling against the entire Renan civilization. It's hard to say one way or another. Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of Lenegis. We just know too little.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Okay. Hell yeah. Let's see what else is in this plaza. If there is anything else in this plaza. And then we'll go check out. I guess I don't need an inn. Oh, what happened to all my food? It just went away? Okay, there was nothing here. Boo. I just ate.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I can check in on the ranch from here? Do my eyes deceive me? Or has my shop been blessed with Lord Dohalim and his servants? Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? Dude, you can... Space Ranch. Murder the pigs. Murder the pigs. Murder the pigs. Murder the pigs. More rapid meat. More rapid meat. Can we sell anything? A little bit. Alright. Cool. Oh, you know, hold on. Does he have anything unique? No, he's got mail, though. Some of it's an upgrade. Dude, I don't know where Kisara got Elemental Guard from, but it's fucking badass. Alright, well, I've never bought armor in a shop before, and I'm not going to start now. Do they have anything else? They've got grape, pineapple. Let's see about weapons. What kind of weapons we got? Gladius Rena, Manted Claw. Alright. We don't have any... I'm assuming this is stuff that we're going to get here. I could make Radiant Light Part 3. $12,000? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to make it. It's better, so yeah. We can do it. Go for it. Caduceus. Bless you. I bought everything in the shop. Money is at such a premium that I don't feel... I know we've got 200,000 right now, but because you find so little consumables and because they're so expensive, I feel like I always want like a rainy day fund just in case. And it's come in handy. It's definitely come in handy. My frugalness has definitely saved my ass a few times. Oh, I'm sure I'll get there at some point. I'm sure I'll get there at some point. I definitely spend money. We're not really using her, so maybe farm fence. Oh, that's like a gimmick weapon. That really lowers her attacks. Pink Protector. Alright, we could make that. I think I'm gonna hold up for the scrotum. That's a nice looking scrotum. It's all Manted Claw. Yeah, we'll just hold out. You don't need to worry about that yet. Good luck, my lord. We, the citizens, are all confident that you shall do everything in your power to bring a quick end to this crisis.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Goodness, I never expected to be graced by Lord Dohalim and his companions. If there's anything I can do for you all, please, by all means. Yeah, I want to rest, and let's cook something. What difficulty were you playing on there, Bugs? Were you also being a moron like me and played on hard difficulty? I think we got something new. The parfait. Let's make the parfait. Elemental attack up? Yeah, let's go for it. You're playing on medium?
Easy peasy. I knew I could handle it.
I'm sure that makes a nice difference. I'm sure that makes a nice difference. Why does that say down? Why is there an arrow down? Reduces effect by 20%, but boosts the duration by 50%. Oh. Oh well.
Hoodle, no, that's mine.
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hootle over food of all things. Normally you share everything you have with him.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait. Every girl dreams of having one of these.
Is it really that big of a deal?
Please don't bring me into this.
It's always nice to eat something that fulfilling.
I can't believe I actually get to have it all for myself. Every little bite makes me so happy.
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your regular ice cream choice?
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it. Everyone knows it takes lots and lots of sweets to stay full of energy.
Everybody, a cream monster has devoured Rinwell.
Ew.
At times such as these, it would be best to just let her do as she wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Dohalim's right. If someone's trying to enjoy their favorite food, just leave them to it and don't bother them.
Yep, can't argue with that.
I don't get women.
So good.
You don't get why people enjoy great tasting food? It's an honor to serve you all, my lord, truly. Cool beans. How do you like the game so far? How often do you find yourself spending consumables? Are you able to like ration them really well? I only use the consumables in like the boss fights or when we're fighting like the Mega Zoogles and stuff. I have 69 rapid meat. Nice. Dooku. What's up, J-Dot? How you doing, homie? Welcome on in.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one. Its armor's too strong.
Let it out, my team! Be my guest! Attack your blade! You picked the wrong fight! Damn!
Healing circle!
Need to pull myself together.
Raging!
Deity!
Reload flight!
Release your blade!
Oh boy.
Back your blade!
That's my cue! Healing
Don't go down! Stop just...
Sorry to come.
Coming through! Ha! Melt!
That's not
Scarlet
good.
Inferno!
Radiant Pierce!
Back to Spellfire!
Airdrop!
Now you see what I can do.
Radiant Pierce!
Elusive
Caesar healing arm! Ready!
Scream, bathed in blood.
Back to your blade! Finish! Eat this!
More with the Airdrop! Sweet dreams!
Out of the way! There!
Illuminate the dark!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Still liking her eyes? Yeah, it's a really fucking long game though.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Oh, the Tales games can have something, but none of them have been this long. This is hands down the beefiest Tales game that there's been. None of them have been like this. Most of them are around somewhere between like 40 hours, 50 hours. Dude, we're at like 70 hours and we're not even close to the end. We're not even close. Like, we still have like a good 30% of the game left. It's insane. No, this game is way bigger than in any of the other Tales games. It's like twice as long as even some of the longer ones, man. No, this one is way beefier. Way beefier. Only boss fights are getting close to the end of a zone. Wasting CP clears paths. That's the biggest one, is going in and getting the, like, clearing out the, like, little alternate paths where you have to, like, waste your magic on it. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Grape gel. Oh, shit! Great. Well, I guess we know we're gonna fight that thing. Jesus Christ. You never finished Arise because you had some gripes with it, but that's impressive. Are you sure you just aren't absorbing too well? No. I'm 73 hours in, and we are 63% in. 63% in. I'm sure some of that is because I'm on hard mode and it takes me a little while longer to get through the bosses and stuff. Maybe. maybe. Hard mode could be adding some time to the game, but it definitely feels longer than any of the others.
Let's see what you've got. No further!
Burning strike! Raging
Also, like, fights take fucking forever to get through, and that's probably also because I'm on hard mode. Yeah, some hard mode shit could be a factor here.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Okay, oh man. Not happy about that. I didn't want to use my ultimate move anyways.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
I just think it's a beefy game. I just think it's a beefy game. I don't know what we're gonna do here. Alright, let's fight Giant Mantis. I think we fought one of these before.
Try harder! Not a chance! Catapult! Burn it hell!
Is it? Oops. It doesn't have any other targets.
My turn! Burning! Raging! Take this! Struck! Negative Holy Glimmer! Holy Land! Bloody Howling! Between heaven and earth! Stalagmite! A wailing beauty of legend! Divine Savior! By the power of water! I'll grind you into dust! Devastation! You're mine! Here's a healing art! Blood Chain! Castle!
Pokey, 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 pokey.
Benediction light.
By the power of
Be still! Don't suffer inside in a vine!
Take that lightning
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
A chain between heaven and earth! Explosion! A
Soaring
whirling
blast! Castle! Everlasting storm! Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well on... It's time to finish this!
Oh, she going big.
Die! Consuming wildfire! Gravitas field! Lightning
You're mine! Try harder! Not a chance!
A chain between heaven and earth! Denied! Stars of light!
Down on the ground! Sonic be still! Stardust! Demon Land! Ignite! Eagle Stardust!
Explosion!
We did not get that dodge.
I'm not done! Another incantation ruined! Time to let it rip!
Whirling banshee of lightning!
Be still!
Reload!
Eagle Ray!
Divine Savior!
On your knees!
Stardust! I'll burn it all!
They released a statement that they have a whole remastering project going on, so it's going to be cool to see what the next one will be after Graces comes out. Oh, you mean... I thought you meant for this game. I was like, why? They just released this game. It doesn't need a remaster. That's fucking stupid. Alright, Naughty Dog. Yeah, they're supposed to be releasing a bunch of different... To be fair, they have been remastering the games already. They remastered, however you want to take it, Tales of Symphonia 1 and 2. They remastered Symphonia multiple times now, which I actually find to be one of the weaker of the series. Symphonia 2, they did, they've already done Tales of Graces, they did Vesperia, they've done, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just those four. I guess it's just those four. I wonder what else they'll do. Grace's F is dope as hell, though. Grace's F is dope as hell. You rate this game highly. Haven't found a game you've enjoyed as much as you did Final Fantasy X. Nice. If it's worth getting the DLC, I don't know. I bought the expansion. That's the only DLC that I got. All the other shit seems like microtransaction bullshit, so I'm not gonna dabble. The Tales games are a lot of fun. The further you go back, the more clunky they'll probably get, but there's a lot of good ones in the series. I've been playing it, I don't want to say since its beginning, but at least since the 90s when the first one came to the States. That was a Tales of Destiny on the PlayStation. Right? It's a game series that's been around for almost 30 years? Almost 30 years? It started with Tales of Phantasia on the Super Nintendo in like 95 or 96. It's interesting that they kept remastering Symphonia, but only called it a remaster when they did the Switch version. Yeah. Yeah, Grace's F has a very... If you like the battle system in this one, Bugs, the battle system in Tales of Graces is very similar to this. Normally, you have a magic pool that each individual character... They don't, it's more traditional, you know, they don't share one big magic pool. In Tales of Grace's F, they have like a similar gauge system where you have like the pips like you have here, the action gauge. They have something somewhat similar to this. I would definitely recommend checking that one out if you like the combat in this one. But they're all really fun. I really like Tales of Xillia 1. I was not a huge fan of Xillia 2. Berseria is dope as hell. I love Vesperia. But they're all fun in some way. They're all fun in some way. I don't think that there's been a single one that I like hated. I think the weakest one that I've played is Symphonia 2, whatever that one was called. Tales of Symphonia 2 is one of the weaker ones. I also thought the original Graces was actually pretty weak, but when they remastered it to Tales of Graces F for the PlayStation 3, that's when I went, this game is fucking dope. And I think that moved Tales of Graces really higher up. What can I suggest after you play this? I would suggest, I mean, fuck it, dude. Start at the if you really like it, start at the beginning. If you're not opposed to some older games, like playing some retro stuff, I would say check out Tales of Phantasia. There's a handful of translations out there. I would recommend if you can find the PlayStation translation of Tales of Vesperia or of Tales of Phantasia and emulate it, I'd say go for it. If you just want to like jump into stuff that's more easily accessible, I would say go into Vesperia. Vesperia is one of my favorites, and it also has a little bit more. Some of the other games have a lot more cutesy anime tropey. All of the Tales games are very anime tropey. You know, you get it. It doesn't seem to be as extreme in this one, but holy crap, the other ones definitely delve like really hard into anime tropes. Really, really hard. Really hard. I just want one with a really good story like this. Well then, yeah, try out Vesperia or maybe even Berseria. Berseria is technically a sequel to Zestiria, but it's kind of more of like a spiritual successor. It takes place like hundreds of years later, so you could play Zestiria first, but Berseria stands on its own fine. Yeah, Vesperia or Berseria are both, they have a little bit more darker... I hesitate to use the word adult when it comes to describing Tales of games, but it definitely has a slightly more mature theme because of it being a little bit darker, both of them, but they're all kind of like aimed at like the teenager crowd for the most part, I would say, or like young 20-somethings, you know, but no, they're entertaining. Vesperia is a lot of fun, and so is Berseria. I really liked the earlier Tales games are 2D combat. So imagine this kind of combat, but you know, side-scrolling. It's kind of fun. I really enjoyed them. If worse comes to worse, I mean, I think maybe Fantasia, Tales of Phantasia's on mobile. Is it? Is it still available on mobile? I know that they put it out on mobile at one point. Either way, I would suggest yeah, if you don't mind retro stuff, I would check out Fantasia. I really enjoyed that one. That's the first Tales of game. Tales of the Abyss is a great one too. Yeah, the PS2 ones are alright. The PS2 ones. Tales of Abyss and Tales of Legendia, I think it is. Those were the two that were localized. There's another one on the PS2 that wasn't. I don't remember. Those are okay. Those are okay. They sort of remastered it for the 3DS. But I feel like the 3DS one is a downgrade. I know that they added some like quality of life stuff in it, but like everything else feels not as good as playing it on like a PS2. Vesperia is $60. It goes on sale a lot. Go to a website like Is There Any Deal or GG Deals, and you'll be able to, especially if you're on PC, if you can game on PC, you should probably. Don't go to key sites. Those are gray market shit, man. You never know what. I would never recommend something like that. Those are a gamble. Those are a gamble. Because you don't know how those people came across those keys. It's like eBay, but the like gray market of eBay. And you're not guaranteed. Like someone could, like the developer could be like, oh, someone stole credit cards, right? Someone stole credit cards and they could renege on the key that you bought there. It's always a gamble if you use one of those sites. I'm not saying don't do it. If you're comfortable with potentially losing the key, then by all means go for it. But I don't know that I would gamble that. I would look at like something like, you know, Green Man Gaming or Humble Bundle or Fanatical or something like that. The game goes on sale often enough. Is it the remastered? There's only one version available right now. Unless you buy like the PS3 or the Xbox 360 version, anything else, like if it's on PlayStation 5 or Xbox or Switch or whatever, those are all like the remastered one. I've used many keys. Yeah, I mean, look, if you feel like you're comfortable with gambling and you've never had an issue with it, cool. I won't say my hands are clean. I have definitely used those sites more than once, but the last time I used one was years ago because I actually had a key get removed from my account, and I was just like, yep, all right, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. So I was like, fuck it. I'll pay a couple extra dollars for the reassurance. It's only $11 on Steam. Yeah, it goes on sale often enough. Relatively cheap. Oh, no. None of them are any more safe. If you think G2A, all of them, a lot of people that sell on one site sell on the other sites. They sell on almost all of them. If there is a gray market site, the people that sell, it'd be silly just to sell on one site. They sell on all the other sites. So it's not like G2A is any less legit than any of the gray market sites. They're all in the same pool, you know. Every single one of them has the same amount of risk as any of the other ones. If you had a bad experience on G2A, or you heard more people say bad things about G2A, it's because G2A is one of the more popular sites, and people probably frequent that one more. But yes, there's lots of gray market sites out there, and people sell on all of them, and it's always literally a gamble with each one. Yes, they do go cheaper on there. Yes, they do. But It's always a gamble. And you don't, none of that money goes back to the developer. So if you feel like you want to support the developer, that's one thing. And you also don't know how those people got those keys. Those keys could be from people that, you know, bought bundles and just decided, you know, like, I'm going to sell it on here. I'm sure a lot of people do it that way. But sometimes those keys are bought with stolen credit cards, and that's where you run into trouble. Microsoft with their markups, yeah. Never used G2A website. Looks like a con. Could be. Could be. Those sites are all a gamble. Those sites are all a gamble. So I would never recommend them, but I understand that, you know, a deal is a deal, and sometimes people are always penny pinching, you know, especially considering the way the economy is and how stuff is. Not everyone can always afford stuff from the, you know, legitimate sites. So, I mean, I don't fault anyone for using them. It's just, you're taking a chance, you know. That's all.
Be still! Dance on the way! It's on!
Wind astral energy!
You're mine!
Celestial Burger! Thanks so much! Mega Ray! Razor Cyclone! Hey! Just what I was doing for!
Try harder! Not again!
Wind astral energy! The wind!
Vacuum blade! Eat this!
I must remember my lesson.
Winds of heaven!
Tornado drive! Here I come!
Behold!
Oh, I thought we were done.
Tectonic fission!
He just went in and did his mystic art.
Shine!
Do it!
Radiant
Do
glow!
it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
That's where you get the Mantid Claw from. That makes sense, because that's a mantis, right? Too many games I bought on Steam, played for one session, and then never played again. I have... I don't know how many I have. How many games do I have on Steam? I have a lot. And that's just Steam. There's stuff that I've bought bundles for years and years and years. How many games do I have on Steam? I have 2,068 games on Steam. You know how many of those games I've beat? Like 10. Like 10. There are definitely games that I've rebought. There are definitely games that I've rebought over the years. You know? Like, I owned it back in the day, and I was like, you know what? I want to own that again, you know, and I picked it up just because I wanted to support the developer. I've definitely done that a lot. I've definitely done that a lot. Like, I've rebought... I can't tell you how many times I have rebought, like, Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy and stuff like that, just because I enjoy the game. Fucking Skyrim. You know? And back in the day when Steam used to have really good Steam sales, I mean, like, fucking good shit. You could get a game, like a big AAA game, they would have flash sales, and the game would go down for just like 6 hours or 8 hours. It would go down to, you know, like $3, but it would normally be on sale for like 15. You know, you got yourself a super deal. Yeah, I bought a lot of shit that way. I really built it up. I've slowed down immensely buying games on Steam. I still buy them from time to time. Like, I've got Humble Bundles, monthly bundle thing. But, yeah, I don't buy them as often. We bought Final Fantasy X 4 times. I bought it on the PS2, I bought it on the PS3, and then I bought it on PC. So, 3 times, I think? 3?
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
My shield!
One more! Dance in the wind! Sweet ball! Another
Going in!
In a bind!
Vanish without a trace!
Vacuum blades!
Leave the charges to me!
Vacuum blades! Vacuum blades! Vacuum blades! Too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
The flame will bring you down! Yours to be let free! There! You're mine! Let's get!
The enemy wields arcs too.
We'll soon see about that!
You picked the wrong fight! There! We're not finished!
You booger. You stupid dog. You stupid dog. That's why no one adopted you.
Die! Consuming wildfire! Here,
Take this!
Sleep now! More
Resonate with the earth!
Vacuum
blade!
On your knees.
Change between heaven and earth!
Cleansing you
A wailing bandage!
Bloody
Vacuum
blade! I owe you! Coming through! Ha!
Yeah, I've definitely rebought a lot of games.
Scarlet Inferno! You're mine!
Here goes now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Lunar Crimson! Captivity!
Here I come! Catapult!
Lightning Star! Power of Flame!
Vacuum
Vanish without a
blade!
trace!
Be still!
Illuminate the
Look! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
My exploits also have bears in the fruit.
Gotta break through!
You've got
Ah,
Can't get out of this.
Try harder! The flame inside me! Yours to be
whirling
let free!
struggle.
Vacuum
Winds
blade!
of heaven!
Is it too late to talk over our differences?
Now you'll learn!
Vacuum blade! Eternal devastation! Try harder! My turn!
Do you require help?
you turd.
Vacuum blade! Try harder! Vacuum blade!
Light. Force of regeneration. He who prepares is free.
Winds of heaven! Fury! Burning Cyclone!
Try harder! Now! Vacuum blade!
Soaring blast.
Healing
There! Vacuum blade! There!
It's time to finish this!
Oh, just kill stuff.
Die! Consuming
Vacuum
wildfire!
blade. Vacuum blade.
Vacuum blade!
Reload! Raging fire!
No hearts are being interrupted.
Dazzle! The flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Vacuum blade! Down on the ground!
Vacuum blades. I like vacuuming
With this, I can become even stronger.
with my blades. This is what the cool kids do,
Those soldiers
right?
don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Another one of
Is
these
someone
things.
making... Let's see what you've got.
There!
Oh, this one's gonna suck.
Blade! Burn in hell! Vacuum blade!
Lightning orb! Dance in the
Vacuum
wind!
blade!
Air thrust! A whirling
Try
struggle!
harder! Not a chance!
Winds of heaven! First force!
Lightning thrust!
Shield!
Hold nothing back! There!
For the stockpile!
Eternal devastation!
Elusive deity.
Wind after energy! Illuminate the top
Vacuum blade!
by the holy land!
Lightning thrust!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Scarlet Inferno!
Vacuum blade! There!
Here I come! Oh no!
Chain between heaven
This
and
one
earth.
keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you!
Vacuum blade! Everlasting shock!
Vacuum blade!
Healing power.
Blackened blade!
Illuminate the blah blah blah.
Vacuum blade!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Burn in hell!
A wailing nasty of lightning.
Eternal devastation!
He's stuck on something. His legs. It's got too sexy of legs.
Vacuum blade!
I've used too much.
Oh, that sucks.
Eternal devastation!
Shine! Radiant light!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire!
Benediction light.
It's on!
Healing circle. A
Try
whirling
harder!
struggle.
My turn!
Winds of heaven. Burn forth. Mega ray.
Elusive deity!
Vacuum blade! Not today! Vacuum blade!
Whirling struggle. I can handle it. Winds of heaven.
Be still! Mirage! Soaring blast! You're mine!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Far enough!
Down on the ground!
Into the shadows.
Resonate with the earth!
Lightning orb.
Stalagmite!
Now.
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
I did not mean to do that, but yay!
I'm pretty worn out.
Want to
I'm
rest up for a
pretty
bit?
poor now. What'd you even do? Oh man. Yeah, I knew there was something over here that we missed out on. Shortcake, a spongy cake filled with cream and strawberries. Ooh. Harsh punishment awaits anyone who dares to steal the strawberries sitting atop it. Steal? Just eat it. If someone stole my strawberry, I would drown them. In kisses. No one expects that. I have 14, I think we gotta roll out. I have 14, carriage poppers.
We've reached our destination.
Oh, let's see what we can make. See what kind of weapons and stuff we can make here. Forge weapon. Alright, I can make the Gladius Arena. That'll give us slightly more power. Let's go for it. I can make the Sclopatum Arena. Or whatever the hell that is. The Assault Shot. Sclopatum. Sclope? Sclopatum? Sclop. Sclopedum. Historia Renna. It's gonna make me so damn poor. Caduceus Renna. I'm gonna hit him with that Caduce. Castus. Scrotum. I have enough for everything. Not really using him. Or her. Fuck it, do it. Now I'm poor.
Have you guys?
Okay, rest. Cook before resting. What do we got? We got that parfait? No, we got a, Oh, what? Shortcake. Elemental attack up L. Yeah, alright, let's go for it.
Whoa, that came out perfect.
She loves her treats. I love treats too, dude. I could go for some shortcake. When I was younger, my dad worked in Washington, D.C., and there was... I want to say that the place was named Moe's. It was a restaurant. I actually took a date there. But this place, for dessert, they had a, I guess, bakery attached to the restaurant. And they made their own desserts there. And holy crap. They would... I remember the day my dad brought this home. He brought home like big boxes, like these big boxes after work. And he was like, I brought dessert home. And we were all like, yeah, Dad brought dessert. He opened up the boxes and each one had like a quarter of a cake in it. The cake was massive. It was like maybe like 5 or 6 inches high and it was like 3 or 4 inches around. Like it was fucking huge. It was, they literally cut a cake into quarters, like a square cake into quarters. It was strawberry shortcake, so it was laced with strawberries, cakes, icing, cream. It was huge, huge, huge. It's the best strawberry shortcake I've ever had in my entire life. The place doesn't exist anymore. It's unfortunate. I think it was on, if I remember correctly, it was on G Street, like G and like, I don't remember. I don't remember the cross street. I don't remember what number street. I think it was like 15th or something like that, but it could be, or 13. It was on G Street. And, oh my God. Like, I was obsessed after that. Like, every time, like, I would go down to DC, I was like, I gotta go get, like, a giant shortcake. And, yeah, I took a date there. We were in DC and I was like, you want to go get some food? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, I know the perfect place to go. And when they brought out, I was like, we got some food there. And I was like, we got to get the shortcake. And she was like, okay. And they brought out the shortcake and she was like, that's fucking huge. I can't eat all that. And I was like, I'm going to eat all mine. And when you're done with yours, you can take it home or I can eat all yours. It was so big. So big. It's a meal in and of itself, man. The shortcake was a meal in and of itself. So good, though. So good. Some of the best dessert I've ever had. Some of the best dessert I've ever had. Alright, we can avoid some... Well, it's all pretty linear, isn't it? Well, hopefully. I want to get back down into there. We're gonna have to fight... Maybe I can try to avoid fighting the mantids, because that's not worth fighting. These guys, fine, but the big... big dudes are definitely not worth it.
These ones can run rings around us. I'm ready! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Take this! Vacuum blade! Vacuum blade! They might have blackened blade! Execution! Vacuum blade! Storm! More with that heat now! There! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Damn it! Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up!
The strawberry shortcake after that became my favorite dessert. I was like, I didn't know desserts could have fruit and be delicious. Why didn't you people tell me that fruit and dessert is delicious? My whole life I thought fruit was good for you and disgusting. And that you could put cake on your fruit?
Quite necessary when creating
And it not be fruit cake, because fruit cake is vile? Alright, Yeah, let's avoid those guys. Those are mini bosses. They take way too long to bring. Oh, those guys are gone too. Ooh. And this one? 2 of them are gone? That's cool. Alright. This is gonna be a pain in the ass.
Let's see what you've got.
Alright, that got most of them, so that's good.
Take this! Leave the agile ones to me.
Easter! Vacuum blade! There! Vacuum blade!
Where are you going?
A great big night. In a bind?
Vacuum blade!
Dance in the wind.
This one's all mine.
Vacuum blade!
Now.
I'm ready!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Shine!
Let me help.
Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Vacuum blade! Take it! Strike! Ignite!
Shine! Radiant light!
Vacuum blade!
Force of regeneration!
There!
Awaken trouble! Allow me to
Vacuum
help.
blade!
Wings of heaven.
Leave the
Damn.
agile to me.
I was a hit away from getting the attack off. Fucking poophead.
I'm ready! There! Double me! In an instant!
Let's go.
Impact block!
Reflect on my sins. They smite with dragon blades!
Vacuum blade!
Magic is there.
Can you get closer to him?
Rending you apart!
Do it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Them things are annoying. They move around so much. Yeah, it's alright. Once you use Dohalim, they're not too
Am I
bad.
on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
But yeah, all things have to do is move like half a step away from you and then you're just whiffing. A crystal that immediately repairs any damage it takes. Numerous studies have been conducted to find ways to apply its restorative properties. Alright. Regenerative crystal. That sounds dope. Yeah, give me more of that. Holy crap, look at all this stuff in this room. Alright. This is a good room. If we need to farm stuff, I guess going there would be great. That seemed really, damn it. That seemed real good.
Coming through.
Oh, he's not ready yet. Damn it. Okay, now he's ready.
No
Oh,
further.
unfortunate.
I'll heal you all.
That may prove a thorn in our side.
Now you'll learn! Flame inside me! Cure! Mirage! Vacuum blade!
Primed and ready.
I'll burn it all!
I thought
Flaming pillar! Fire!
I messed up doing that. That's nice though. We still got the big one across, so.
Take this! I'm not done! Burn it all!
Illuminate the
I'm ready!
Cool.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
There.
My turn! I'm not done!
The enemy wields arch too.
You'll soon see about that.
Reflect on thy
I'm not
sins.
done!
They
I don't recall getting the dog in the.
Here I come! No escape! I'm ready, Chisara! Commander of Heaven!
In the hit with Doverly.
Vacuum blade! There! Eternal devastation! Stop it! Mirage! Coming through!
I did not get 5 off.
Now!
That's alright.
Scarlet Inferno!
Radiant light.
This one's all mine!
At least we took it down.
Blow them away!
Cool
I
beans.
need to be stronger.
Vacuum blades! Vacuum blades! Vacuum blades! Vacuum blades! You guys know I like doing vacuum blades.
Go no further.
can't get out of this!
Bring them down!
Air thrust.
You're mine!
Armor won't save you!
If you hold out all night, then you leave me no choice.
You picked the wrong fight!
It's weakened.
This ends now!
Where are you going?
Breath of life, heal my weary companion.
Eternal devastation!
I didn't think I hit square that many times. I thought I hit it once. Apparently I was wrong.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Here I come!
Breath of life. Heal while you retake this.
Vacuum blade.
Death in the wind.
Astral.
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Explosion!
Oh, I need healing! Get the hell out of there!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Here's a healing potion in Earth. First aid! A wailing energy of lightning!
Take this. Vacuum blade.
Everlasting dust.
Winds of heaven!
Vacuum blade.
Negative gauge.
Just kill it!
Through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Now. I'm not done. Release fire support.
Okay, so there's two still alive. I thought there was just one left here. I thought we took down the other guard. Even normal fights go super long? Yeah, fights go a very long
Little's
time.
quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
That's what I'm saying. It's why I constantly have to, you know, like back out of dungeons and go get more magic back, because like we just get absolutely our shit pushed in constantly. It's cool. Like, I don't mind it. You know, we get to fight for 5 hours all the time. You crit for 7k. I don't even know what numbers we have. I have not been paying attention to the numbers. I wonder what our damage is like.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
I'm a sovereign.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Indignation is a nice way to say stubborn. What's up, Bane? How you doing, homie? What's up, Smoke? How you doing, homie? Did your tail arise, and does that require a pill? Well, you have to be born with a tail first. It's prehensile, and it's beautiful. Thank you. But it's always a boner. I dig the ghost. How you guys doing? Happy Happy Saturday. Friday. Saturday. Friday. It's Friday. You can't lie to me. Tales of Inception. Inception.
It's Friday!
It's both. Like Viggo Mortensen. What's up, Moxie? How you doing, man? It's been a few days. How's life treating you? How was your Christmas? It is Friday. It's Big Friday. Big Friday. We might get into a boss fight here. Let's save. This feels... I'm getting the aroma of a boss. The smells. Oh, it's Faria.
Faria? How did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
She got an orb? How? What the fuck is that?
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What?
Okay, that's frightening. You heard a lot of words there. Can you sum this story up in 2 sentences? I can sum this story up in 1 word. Anime. What more do you need? Holy porn star stash, I dig it. Yeah, I decided I've had the same beard trimmer for 20 years now, and it's not dead yet, but it's been giving up the ghost for a while. So I got a beard trimmer for Christmas. Dope, and I was like, you know what? I've never had a mustache in my entire life. I've never had a mustache. I've always had a beard. Let's try it. Let's try it out. And I went, you know what's a cool mustache? Handlebar mustache. So we did it. And I got some mutton chops. And I got mutton chops. I got handlebar mustache and mutton chops. I'm all about it. Saturday for some of us. It's technically Saturday for me too, but until the sun comes up, it's Friday. Actually, you can sum what's going on with your facial hair up into 2 sentences. I tried. Have fun for the next 2 hours? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about your new look. It'll grow on you though. I like it. I thought I was gonna look like a moron. I was like, I'm gonna look stupid as shit, but I'm gonna do it anyways, just for the lulz. We'll do it for the memes. And then I looked at myself and I went, I look good. It's like, I like it. I actually really like it. The whole midnight thing is bullshit. The next day starts when the sun rises or I go to sleep. Exactly. I'm a sexy motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. I'm living my best life.
I've never known Faria to control Zeugles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a Master Core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zeugles, then we catch some answers.
Go for the weak point!
Okay, hold up. I can't. There we go. I don't know what we're targeting.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
In here! Eagle Ray! Serious trouble! Winds of heaven!
Regenerate!
I was not hitting it.
This one's mine! I'll be saving this one!
Man, the D-pad on my the DS5 controller, I hit up there. I did not hit left. I've never had that issue so far with the DS5 with like weird ghosting glitches. It's okay. Okay, I'm almost dead.
In here! Explosion! I'll be saving this one!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
It's weakened!
Yo, let's go. Core broken.
You get this!
There!
Divine blade!
No further! Vacuum blade!
I did not get out of the way.
Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver! Total devastation! Eagle ray! I'll burn it all!
Let's go. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday. It's Saturday. It's Saturday. It's Saturday. I like Saturday night. That's a good night. That's when the cool stuff happens. The stuff you don't tell nobody about happens. What happens on Saturday night stays on Saturday night. Okay, he's a whirling dervish of pain. That's not good. I am dead. Yay! Someone finally healed me! I'm deserving of your love! Ah!
In an instant! Impact block!
Okay, we also need to get some Orange Joe going on. This game looks pretty good. It's a lot of fun. If you like action RPGs, it's super duper fun. It's certainly over the fucking top flashy. Very, you're constantly doing like big moves and shit. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm having a blast playing it. Elton John told me Saturdays were all right for fighting and fucking. Elton John knows what's up. If there's somebody that knew about fucking, is Elton John. I'm pretty sure that if it was in the 70s and it moved, Elton John fucked it. I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure he did. And good for him. Good for him. That what was that album? That album's really good. That's not Yellow Brick Road, is it? That's the one where he's all like bedazzled and shit. Was that an 80s album of his? He's all like bedazzled and stuff in that. Reginald Kenneth Dwight. That's his name? Reginald Kenneth Dwight? I did not know Elton John's had a not real name. I didn't know he had a stage name. Reginald Kenneth John. He has 3 first names. You can't trust him. He's a serial killer. Uh-oh. You can trust me, though. Where's his discography? Was it Honky Chateau? Is that Honky Chateau? That's a good album. No, that's the one that has Rocket Man. Honky Chateau's really good. Yeah, it's not Honky Chateau. You think it was Goodbye Yellow Brick Road? I thought so too, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Saturday Night's Alright for Fighting. Yeah, it was Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I can't believe I got that right. I can't believe I got that right. That's a good album. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is dope as dude. You're not an RPG person usually, but I really enjoyed 16 and this looks similar. The only downside to 16 is that you only play as one character throughout the entire game. Now, as silly as that is, and I'm only playing as one character in this game, it kind of sucks that you don't have a retinue. You know, that's one of the fun things about JRPGs is you have a group of people that you go around with and you get to build character and stuff. 16's a really fun game and I loved it. I was just kind of sad that there weren't more like characters that you could, you know, fight with, you know. But I did enjoy 16 and the combat's a lot of fun. The combat's a lot of fun. Your name is Serial Andrew Travis. Exactly. Also, how dare you call me Andrew? That's the devil's name. Never met an Andrew I liked, but I bet you there is some nice Andrews out. You know what? That's not true. I knew a guy named Drew, and I bet you his name was Andrew. I bet you his name was Andrew. He was all right. He was really cool. Most of the Andrews that I knew, fucking horrible human beings that I wanted to punch in the face. There's probably some nice Andrews out there, but all the ones that I've met, I wanted to slug in the face. Except for Drew. Drew would have kicked my ass anyways. Dude was huge. Like, I'm tall. I'm like 6'3". Dude was like 6'5" and jacked. I would have not fucked with Drew. Drew would have killed me. Drew would have killed me. Imagine a jacked Shaggy. Like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, but like really big, like just ripped. that was Drew. That was Drew. I would have not fucked with him. He was also really nice and awesome. All right, I'm gonna use an orange gel here because phase 2 is scary. I am not hitting him. Good. Okay, before he can go batshit crazy on us.
Here comes a big one.
Just get the fuck out of there. Yeah, that was on me. They did their big charge murder attack. I'm gonna... He's cast resuscitation. He really gets off his revives quickly. Him putting his hands in the ground is an attack? That's some bullshit. That's some literal bullshit. He put his hands in the ground. That's not attacking. Get out of here. I'm gonna use another one of these. Shouldn't have done that.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Be still. Prepare to be healed.
Dodge, dodge, dodge!
Shine, radiant light, force of regeneration. Regenerate. Allow me to another incantation. Ruin. Try harder. Not a chance. Mirage. Don't reflect like this. They might be blackened blade.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Back this one's all mine.
A wailing banshee of legend behind me.
Negative there. Wide open. It won't escape me. In a bind.
Dance in the wind.
Vacuum blade. I'll make you dead. Elusive deity. Try harder. Not a chance. Sorry,
you do the same for me. I'm all fucked up.
Lightning thrust.
I'll you all.
You picked the wrong fight. Execution. Bring your God.
Come forth, holy a chain between heaven and earth. Pull myself together. A wailing banshee of lightning.
Down on the ground. Reflecting light. Now we're not. Dazzle. Strata.
This one's mine.
Try harder. My turn.
Celestial Runner.
Now. One final push.
Let's finish this off.
I'll do my
I can't see anything!
Magic is there.
Elusive deity. Burn in hell. Now you see what I can do! Umbra! There! Denied! Vacuum blade! Deity!
Gotta get the fuck out of there!
Look sharp, everyone! Benediction light. Heal! Beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation! Dazzle! Can't get out of this!
Explosion! I still got this
It's
fight.
showtime!
Burning strike!
I'll face you!
Thunder field! Annihilation! Mega ray!
Flaming thrust!
Air blaster!
Start
A whirling
Cattle! Try harder! My turn!
By the
I'll
power of
blind you
love.
with blade!
Here goes!
Tempest!
By the power of
Burn!
love. Finish without a break!
Vacuum blade!
Magic is out!
Tempest!
That'll bring you down!
There!
Confiscated!
Vacuum blade! Now you see what I can do!
Fury! Burning strike!
I can handle it! In a bind!
No, dude, we were right there.
Imbue this vanquished soul with love!
I've used too much. This is some punishment.
Get toasty!
Burn!
Right there at the end. Cool fight. Pretty simple for a boss, but I liked it.
Now it's just her! Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Shut the fuck up and shoot her.
Dohalim!
Thank you.
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems nice.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kalzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
What?
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Yeah, how's the gear upgrade system in this? I mean, there's not really upgrades first. There's not like a skill tree or anything like that. You just level. Well, that's not true. You do kind of have like a skill tree. You unlock nodes that have like 4 or 5 options in them by earning titles, which you can get for cooking foods, crafting weapons, or accessories, or doing side quests and stuff like that. And then you get little bonuses and stuff for it. I actually forgot that it was there. We should probably buy some upgrades. And then, yeah, you've got like weapon crafting and stuff. Enemies drop crafting items. You use those items to make weapons. You can buy and find armor, and you don't get money from battles. You get them. You get money by finding it in the world or selling shit. You know, it's different. It's different. Early on in the game, like, money is extremely tight. A little later on, it opens up a little bit, but I'm still nervous about the amount of money that we have, because now things are getting expensive and I'm not getting more money, so it's a little scary. When I took him on, he was charging everyone, wiping everything out. I couldn't tell what was happening most of that fight because there was just bright flashing lights, so he was doing charges and stuff. I got him a couple times with Kisara. Got him a couple of times. But yeah, those attacks do like a shit ton of damage, and then when he just like starts twirling around, that was scary too. This game feels like a cross between Infinite Undiscovery and Final Fantasy. Well, the thing with Infinite Undiscovery is that you had groups, you had little platoons that you built. I never beat Infinite Undiscovery because I got to a point where I don't want to say I got soft locked. I just had a fucking hell of a time trying to beat. I beat a boss, and then they dropped me into this like new world, and there was a dragon right in front of me, and I couldn't beat the dragon. And I was like, okay, I don't know what to do. I'll come back to this later, and I never went back to it. I'd like to beat Infinite Undiscovery at some point. I would like to try that one again. It had a unique battle system, and yeah, it was strange. It was strange, but I liked what it was throwing at me. I just don't get into games that have complicated leveling or management systems, except for Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII does not have a complicated magic system, so yeah. Lost Odyssey was also good. Lost Odyssey is a good game. Hell yeah, it's a solid one. It's a solid one. I haven't played that one in a real long time. Yeah, that's a good one. Especially if you've done most of the side quests.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
If stupid ass me could beat that when I was like a high school kid and not use any guide in Final Fantasy VIII, it ain't that complicated. Because I don't have patience for complicated shit. I'd never have. Like, the more in-depth something is, I know a lot of people enjoy, like, really in-depth stuff. I kind of like glossy eye, and Final Fantasy VIII was not complicated at all. It felt really straightforward to me. You draw in magic, you use magic. That's all you need to do. You don't have to, like, delve too deep into the junction system. It felt pretty, like, simplistic to me. It was like, it's a step up from just having magic, you know? It's like, oh, you have magic, okay? And now you can siphon magic from pools. Okay, sure. It wasn't that bad. I'm sure it can be complicated. I'm sure it can be if you want to, like, delve into the ins and outs of it. But if you take it for what it superficially is, which you literally don't need to delve into it. I don't think I did much. I don't think I ever had a problem with it. Granted, the last time I played Final Fantasy VIII was, when did it come out? In like 1998? That was like 25 years ago. That was the last time I played it. Yeah. I did not find Final Fantasy VIII all that complicated. But then again, I probably didn't look too deep into it, you know? Can you show us when you got a moment what level you are? Yeah, I'm like 43 or something like that. 44. We're all level 44. We are all level 44. I only got like 2,000 points. We don't have a lot to spend. Someone's gonna have a lot. She's got like 6,000. Ailment bonus. More special ammo. Enemy defeat. Ailment rate. Boost gauge from down enemies. Yeah, let's grab that. That's good. That'll also finish that out. When I was a kid, the only thing that really got you was the boss fight where she absorbs Rinoa. But I know some people hated the Junction GF system and said it was too much. I'll hold my tongue. You have to realize that, like, I guess most people are just stupid. I think that's the thing, is that the majority of people are dumb. I think that's the thing you have to realize, is that most people are just fucking stupid. And if it's more complicated than hit X button to attack, it's too much for them to comprehend. I did not think it was that complicated, and I'm pretty sure I only, like I said, like, touched the surface of the junction system. I'm pretty sure I did not delve too deep into it and just use the most basic functions of it. I don't know, man. You really don't need to, and that just tells me, like, how simple people are, I guess. I did not find it all that, like, complicated. People are dumb. I just think that's it. People are dumb. You're not just mashing X to attack. You're not just mashing X to attack. You gotta, like, maybe, like, get one brain cell to talk to another brain cell and get some of them synapses working, right? Bzz, 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 bzz. If one of them synapses goes, then you're like, oh shit, I just got one brain cell now. Some of those systems do turn you off in some games, but a lot of the times that's because it isn't intuitive. And that's the biggest problem with a lot of games, is making stuff intuitive. You always want to play to the lowest common denominator. The more complicated something is, yeah, you're going to turn a lot of people off. You definitely are. I've definitely been surprised at what people think is complicated, though. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not a good litmus test. I tend not to have patience for overly complicated things. The more shit you throw at me, the more likely I am to just turn it off and be like, whatever, man. Or just ignore mechanics. Or just, the more complicated something is, usually the more likely it is I'm going to ignore said complicated thing. Increase normal attack limit. Sure, we'll get that. What stuff is locked here? Mystic Crest. Yeah, I don't know what that is. And uncover the ultimate ingredient. Yeah, we don't know what that is. Mid-air damage, mid-air evasion. Yeah, we should probably get that. Enemy downs. I'll do that one. Sure. Alright, what do we got for Rinwell here? Boost strike damage, weak point damage. We might get some weak point damage. AG restored from critical hits, that could be good. Anti-dragon, mid-air damage, faster AG recovery. We'll probably grab that. Never got her recovery. I've never bought concentrate. Temporarily raises one ally's penetration. I don't think I want her casting that, so I never bought that for her. Maybe I should. There. We get an extra 10 resistance. More weak point damage. Boost gauge from enemy defeats. Down damage. Evasion distance. Over limit extension? Yeah, let's do that. Strengthen magic charge. Boost strike damage. Sometimes, like, there's so many options here, and a bunch of stuff seems nice, and we have a decent amount. So, penetration in this game gives you more crits, apparently. That's what controls the critting. So yeah, I mean, it is pretty good, but see, that move right there, this move costs magic points, and since we share a magic point pool, I want them using the magic for healing, not buffing. Fuck that shit. I wanna stay alive. I can get out of the way of damage, you know? A little bit of extra damage I could care less about if like they use that move, like you can turn the moves on and off. If I don't want them using it, I can just turn it off. But I'd rather them not cast the stuff and like save it for, you know, actually healing versus boosting me. Because if I can stay alive and hit the enemy like, you know, 3 or 4 extra times, we're better off than wasting it than getting a heal. Maybe faster AG recovery. I'm looking for stuff that like boosts the boost gauge so that she can use her ability more. The damage is nice, but weak point damage. Alright, let's get some more weak point damage. Untamable rate. Increased max AG. I didn't know we had that there. Indoaline? We're missing a bunch for him. I have no idea what this artifact thing is. No idea. He's got a lot of rod extension. Rod time limit, perfect guard. You know it. I do be saying words. 10 hit boost gauge increase, I like that. Down damage, boost strike damage, evade. AG restored from crits. It gives us more resistance. We can get more penetration. Whatever. I did not get rid of the Noise Redeem. It's there. I just made it cheaper. I just made it cheaper. I figured it should be cheaper. Because this noise is giga cheap now. I know, right? Noise.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Maybe I could make another 69 one and make that one like a more epic redemption. So are we gonna finally find out what happened during the ceremony or ritual?
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Oh no. It was really loud. What? What?
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
Oh no.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, Maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan Astral Energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Yeah, so that was the origin of the Thorns, was 300 years ago when they performed that ceremony. Gotcha. They all got cool new suits. Yeah, they have cosmetics in the game, so I just like changed the color of their clothes, that's all. What happened to her ghost? I don't know. That's what we're kind of figuring out. That's what we're kind of figuring out. Oh, you mean her owl. He's around. He's around.
That vision we saw.
See?
It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
How do we know that it was like left here for us? That's a bit of a jump to a conclusion, right? Because the Renans are draining, you know, spirit energy, astral energy from our planet. This was the device using it. We dispersed it, so there's a ton of astral energy here in Lenegis, this station. So couldn't that just be the source of it all? Like it wasn't necessarily left, but because there was all this astral energy and it's, you know, somewhat escaped, couldn't it just be like the remnants of that and we're just experiencing flashbacks? Why does it have to be left by someone? I mean, it's anime. It probably was left by somebody, but either way, it feels like a big leap in logic.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past.
What's up, Yoshi? How you doing, dude?
I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first. I want to make sure I go into whatever comes next completely prepared.
Okay, that's definitely a warning. No, I did not.
Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I just need a little...
Okay, so there's like a trigger point. I thought maybe we could wander around it. I'm kind of surprised there isn't like a healing circle, you know? Emotionally drained at the moment, but well, what's got you drained, man? Fought an inefficient, grueling, desperate 3-hour boss fight and won against Penance. I told you it was a long... There is healing here. I ran right by it. Fought an inefficient, grueling, desperate 3-hour boss fight and won against Penance. Yeah, I told you that shit was long. Yeah, you can cheese them. You can use Zantetsuken to like one-shot him or whatever. Maybe it's not Zantetsuken, it's whatever Gilgamesh can... Is it Gilgamesh? Whatever. One of them dudes has like a one-hit thing that you can do. Who do you pay? Is it Gilgamesh that you pay the money to? Was it him? Yeah, that's some bullshit. That's cheating. That's not actually fighting. You could do that with any of the bosses. If you give them Yojimbo, that's it. Yeah, if you give Yojimbo enough money, yeah, you can one-shot shit. Well, possibly. Possibly one-shot. Zenmatta, right. Yeah, fuck that. That's cheating. In my book, that's... I know you can... I know it's part of the game, but that's not fighting. That's not fighting. If you want to, like... I would not say you beat that boss if that was, like, a strategy you used. You didn't beat that boss. You definitely did not fight it if you used that. Anyone that says that that's how they beat it, you did not beat that boss. That's like putting in God mode cheat code and being like, I beat the game. Sure. I almost always say there's no wrong way to play a game. I almost always say to do that. But if you got to turn on God mode to play the game, I don't know, man. You beat it. You beat it. I guess you won, you know. That's a hard pill for me to swallow. For some reason, that's a hard pill for me to swallow. I don't know why. I don't know why. There's nothing wrong with it. It's part of the game. It's part of the game. But I call a lot of things cheating in games. But that one's totally cheating. It's part of the game. It's part of the game. So it's not cheating, but it's totally it's totally cheating. It's totally cheating. Yeah. Didn't I tell you Penance was a long-ass fight? After a handful of tries of getting like an hour and a half in and then getting a party wipe, I was just like, you know what? I'm not doing this shit. Fuck this. Fuck this. 3 hours, dude. 3 hours. Yeah, that's fucking insane. That's absolutely absurd. How many items? Can I go to my inventory? There we go. I keep hitting the wrong button. How much do we have? We got some orange gel. We're okay. We're okay. I also have some pineapple stuff. Let's just hit up the heal here. Let's just hit up the heal here. That I ran past. So now we're good. Hey, worked out in the end. I didn't need it before, so... There we go. Let's go. Its regen effect goes back and forth between 100 and 90,000. Yeah, it's absurd.
Soon.
It is definitely absurd. Alright, the only way is forward.
I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Oh. I wonder if you can I still fast travel out of here? Yes. Okay. Sure. Some spicy ramen noodles. Nice. Delicious ramen. Some tasty ramens. Did you put anything in your nudes? What you put in your nudes? Was it just ramen on ramen action? You dirty pervert.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Right? Just plain Jane nudes? Dude, you let noodle on noodle action? Oh my gosh! They really open-minded in Canada. They real open-minded on Canada. I like it. I like it. Because it would sometimes recover for 100, I thought it had passive healing with some other source. That's just the power of its regen, so I spent like an hour and a half fighting it before dispelling regen. So it may as well have had 30 million by the time I was done. Yeah. Oh, you beat it on your first try too? Nice, dude. I died too many times to that thing. You just make like one little mistake and it becomes really hard to recover from. Like, you could definitely find yourself in, like, a fuckhole. An unrecoverable fuckhole. I got into a lot of fuckholes. And not the fun kind of fuckholes. There are fun fuckholes. Some of them not, though. It's showing Lenegis structures. You can see pipes for transporting astral energy sticking out of them. Ooh. Sticky pipes. A notice? This area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. It's showing this room's equipment hasn't been used in a long time. Yeah, this is maybe where they were experimenting on what do you call it here? Alphen. It's equipment for storing human bodies, whether it's held living or dead ones. They're all empty now. What's up, Sukasa? How you doing? I died dozens of times. Oh, okay. But only one real time. Got you. Got you. Yeah. Dude, I like multiple times I got like an hour and a half into that fight and then just party wiped. And that's draining, man. That is draining. Like, I get upset at losing like 15 minutes on a boss fight. An hour and a half for a boss fight? Fuck me. Ooh. Ooh. And it's devastating because you know you're like close to winning at that point. The fight should be around like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and I know I was like close to the end of it. I kept just dying. Everyone loves fuckholes? No, that's not true. Everyone does not love fuckholes, and that's okay. That's okay. People are allowed to have neutral feelings or outright disgust for fuckholes. It's okay. We appreciate those people. Been playing Chain together? What's oh, that's the only up. That's like the only up or whatever, where you've got like a bunch of You were playing with some friends? You're playing with some friends? Did you achieve Nirvana? I saw some people farting around in that game when it came out, I think.
I think I can make this work.
He's magical.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
It's not surprising you knew that. It's you.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA.
Valorant?
Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, Someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme.
That's what I was thinking.
She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
Oh, I'll do that, all right.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Oh, we reading.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
Oh.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
I have a support group. I love support group. Select a topic to explore. The Sovereign. The Sovereign acts as Lenegis' central control device for the spirit channeling ceremony. So, the idea, I guess, behind the crown contest is to find someone who's very strong and can contain a lot of astral energy. They bring them back to Lenegis, try to perform the ceremony or turn them into a sovereign, and it just keeps failing. So the reason why they go to Rena is maybe they keep dying, you know? Whoever wins the sovereign or the crown contest, they attempt to turn them into a sovereign, it goes bad, they run it again, right? Each one is granted level 2 authority in an ID crest. A Dahnan subject serves as the base of its creation. So they were able to turn a Dahnan into a sovereign, but the idea is they wanted to turn a Renan into a sovereign. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. We don't know anything about Volran's past, lineage, genetics, no. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lenegis if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternate methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Dahnan subjects are authorized to continue. Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. Select the topic. The Maiden. The Maiden acts as the Sovereign's support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renin subject serves its functions, providing the Sovereign with the supplemental Dark Astral it lacks in tandem with the Rennis Alma. So the Rennis Alma is the 5 elements that they have on Dahna, which is fire, water, earth, wind, and light. And there's one on Rena, which is the dark element. That brings all 6 of the elements together. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. So if you get them all horned up for each other, it works better? Better? Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. Addendum 1. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. Addendum 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden registration revoked and be returned to its original household. Alright, so that's all we got from those. Select a topic, Lords. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renin populace are chosen to act as Lords, vying to serve as the next Sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority as well as one of 5 elemental realms to administer, and its corresponding Master Core. They are also assigned an ID crest indicating their designated element. The selection process is based on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables, such as age, have no bearing whatsoever. Because only the strongest go on to become Lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that Lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a Master Core's powers. All Renins must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting Lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Unique Adjustment Index Test Subject Report. The following is a report on the second successful case of Sovereign Test Subject experimentation. Test subject number 10105, given name Volrin, generation NA, unique adjustment index ethnicity NA. NA means non-applicable. Although subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risk it poses surpasses even those of the last successful subject, itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject is to be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dahna under the guise of serving as a Lord. Okay, but why is it dispatched to Dahna, and what are they hoping to accomplish? Master Cores. Master Cores are instruments of power containing astral energy that belongs to one of 6 elements. 5 of these Master Cores, those with earth, water, fire, wind, and light, are loaned to Renin Lords at the time of the Crown Contest. Only the Dark Master Core is maintained inside the Forbidden Zone until the Rennis Alma is ready to be reformed. Its existence kept top secret. Underneath a Master Core's spherical outer layer is a force field crystal used for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in a dormant state. For the duration of their tenure, each Lord competes in the crown contest to amass their allotted type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each Lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as necessary. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how the Renis Alma materializes. Be advised that active Master Cores may resonate with other Master Cores located in close proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to successful regeneration of the Renis Alma, Master Cores will cease to be deployed and the crown contest will be permanently halted. Okay, so that's like the end of the contest. Spirit Cores. Spirit Cores are end terminals used for the collection of astral energy. When embedded in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout its body. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. These are the Spirit Cores are what they're putting on the Dahnans. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is why they had them mining, so that they could get, more astral energy from the people, which is then emitted from the host body itself. Because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that Dahnans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it is advised that Spirit Cores be retrieved from host bodies and reused upon their death. Spirit Cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Addendum. Increased physical load on a host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yields is still pending. Okay. It looked like there were 2 more consoles back here. Select a topic, Sedative Mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. I think that was like the iron mask that they had on us. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Addendum. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegis, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. That was us. Brainwashing report. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm, a study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. This system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority, while relegating both Renans and Dahnans alike to enslavement. Test subject number 10105 serves as the realm's current Lord, and has achieved this without the use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it is done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness of population control, monitoring of the situation will continue. Addendum 1. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression rooted in violence and fear has proven to be key to this style of rule. Once a subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized to fear and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Addendum 2. Soldiers in Lenegis who have undergone this treatment will be tasked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. Alright. Lenegis. A large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Rena. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign Maiden and Renis Alma within the central core of Lenegis. It is comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around a large conduit, along with a defensive layer surrounding them. This outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit while simultaneously functioning as the stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. However, because that only takes place during the final stage of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenegis serves as the central base of operations for the management and execution of the Crown Contest on Dana. Warning: any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any visitors will be immediately executed. What's up, Axeman? It was Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X. Detachable Harvester. Penis. Wait, what? A massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony. It serves as the tip of Lenegis' conduit from which it separates. Upon landing in Danan waters, it extends 2 sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy en masse. The accumulated energy is then transmitted to Rena via Lenegis. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenegis' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface when it is necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Addendum 1, Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to the rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. That's us. So someone wrote this recently. Addendum 2, Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. Oh, maybe not. This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection with the center of Dana. Interesting. I wonder if that is us. Penance is who Speedball became after he blew up that school and caused mutant registration. Speedball? What? What you talk about, Willis? Alright, well, a lot of that was information that we already had, but some of it kind of elaborated a bit more. Let's see if we got anything else around here. A notice: this area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. I guess the final phase is going on now, right? You see lots of numbers, looks like logs of alignment between subjects and Lenegis proper. Nice. Ooh, a grape ape. Its equipment for monitoring subjects, it probably had a failure disposable mechanism as well. Marvel Comics leading up to Civil War for the first time. That all sounds like gibberish. A room unchanged over 3 centuries. It's like time itself has stopped here. This was where we lived. Nice. Life box. Dope. There's been more than one Civil War in the Marvel Universe. Do they just be like Civil Warring all the time?
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Peace out, honky.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
I like how falling asleep for 300 years didn't age us at all. Does that make sense? It's magic. Magic. You don't get older when you fall asleep. You heard it here first. DC's 52 happened 3 times. I've never even heard of that. 52 what? 52 states? His Psycho Killer, Norman Bates. My producer is Slam. Step on stage and then a dip down. Heavy treat. Nice. I like to be heavily treated. Very good.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
What?
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just... Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't! You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah! We can protect the world and save Shion at the same time!
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it. and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories.
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
No. You're not maidenless anymore? I wasn't maidenless the whole game. The glow of the Elden Tree? Nah, we burned that shit down, homie. Increases maximum AG by 1. Who is this for? Xion? Revitalize. An advanced healing art that restores all allies' HP. It costs 80? Alright, let's get it. Stores CP at the end of battle. We have cooking active. Definitely want that. Increased art casting resilience reduced. I want all this shit. Holy hell. Okay, I want this one though. It looks like we're saving up for shit. Sodale Arthalis? Sodale Arthalis? A sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out all of their latent power so as to carry out the spirit channeling ceremony. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen sovereign, granting them the endurance to withstand the immense power of the spirit channeling ceremony. Las Fiarchi. Ceremonial garb given to the chosen maiden, capable of interfering with astral energy. It's worn to contain the sovereign's power.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Lodestar? Go on. The pedestal where the Renis Alma sat 300 years ago. Now it gives off no trace of power. Boo. Alright, is there anything in this room that we can add? Which way is the way out, though? There's 2 doors. The other way. Run around again. Depths. Depth. 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 I don't like saying depths. It's a bunch of weird letters to put together. Depths. That was not the exit. Depths. Put this.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Like I know what's on the other side of the door. I haven't been here before. I hope it's some chiclets.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Go to the depths of the Forbidden Zone.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Yep.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Oh, get her. One of the questions that nobody has ever seemed to ask, and it's been bothering me, why do they want to make a sovereign? No one's ever bothered to ask that one. Why? What is the purpose of doing it? What do they hope to accomplish? I don't think we know that. Something is happening on Rena, I guess, right? Like maybe it's like falling apart. And they're trying to save their planet, but like we don't know the purpose of why they are doing this. We kind of have a better idea of what's been going on, but why the sovereign? Why the ceremony? Like, what is the purpose of any of it? I need to go use the bathroom. I'm kind of sad there's no music playing, but I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I did go and grab myself some graham crackers. Some graham crackers. We have cinnamon graham crackers. I think I prefer the plain graham crackers over cinnamon graham crackers, but they good. They good. They also big messy. Oh, it's broken. Alright. Well, we have a healing pad. We don't need that. I am allowed to fast travel, but there is no quick way to get back here. Oh, that was quick.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
What the fuck?
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Stalagmite!
Back up!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Back up! Dance!
By the power of flame!
Vacuum blade!
Dance in the wind! In here!
Come on!
I'll be saving this one!
Another incantation ruined.
Tempest Wall! More where that came from!
Hold nothing back!
Art can do! Celestial Hammer!
Vacuum blade!
Rotating
Turtle Devastation! This one's all mine!
Tempest Wall!
Mirage! Crescent Strike! Turtle Devastation! Vacuum blade!
Rending you up!
I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
A chain of fire!
No escape!
A wailing Celestial Lightning! Seven on
What? Vacuum blade!
Dance in the wind!
Forgive me.
Stay away from my friend!
Magic is there! In here!
Vacuum
More
blade!
stockpile! Ready to go! Thunder Field! I won't give up! Illuminate the blah 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 magic! Holy land!
Here I come!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Try harder! Not a chance! Vacuum blade!
Dance in the wind! Sleep now!
Vacuum blade!
I'll be saving this one! Burning strike!
Try harder! My turn! There! Vacuum blade! There! Vacuum blade! No further! There! The flame inside! Sorry. Yours to be let free!
Dance in the wind! Will this help?
Vacuum blade!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Try harder! Not a
A
chance!
well of Yancy of lightning!
Begin!
Searing flame! Reload! In here!
I'll grind you into dust! Blue escape!
Mega ray!
Reflect on thy sins! They smite with vacuum blade! I won't lose! Not now, not ever!
A chain between heaven and earth! Lightning!
I
won't give up!
Be still! From beyond, imbue the sacred, take this!
Shit, man. This is gnarly.
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Regenerate! Illuminate trace! Thanks!
Vacuum blade!
Tempest fly! Explosion! Celestial! Burning strike!
There! Try harder!
This is some punishment.
Vacuum blade!
Wind astral energy! Lightning condemned!
Vacuum blade!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth! Won't give up!
You paid for that!
How is Shion already dead? God damn.
In here! I'll be saving this one!
There! Here!
Flame of fury! Burning strike! A chain between heaven and earth!
There!
A wailing fancy of lightning!
You picked the wrong fight! Vacuum blade!
I can do this all day!
Can you take it here?
Vacuum blade!
Lord Hista!
Benediction light.
Lightning condemned!
You're mine!
I mark field! Illuminate the blah 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 magic!
Vacuum blade!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing fancy divine savior! Gemini Aqua!
There! There!
Oh, I'll heal you all!
Vacuum blade! Shot! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Annihilation! A chain between heaven and earth!
Regenerate!
Fancy of lightning!
Mirage! Vacuum blade!
Yes, this is. Forgive me. This is my.
Just do the fucking... God damn it, man. I was holding down 2 buttons, and he was never doing the ability. The over limit. We need you to do over limits, my man. I need you to OL. Do the OL when I ask you to do the OL.
That'll bring you down! Go get it, lightning!
Vacuum blade!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Vacuum blade!
A chain between heaven and earth! Listen! A wailing fancy of eruption! Lunar blast!
I couldn't make it in time.
Flame! Reload!
Regenerate!
Thanks! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Thunderblade! Resuscitate!
Benediction.
Illuminate! Reload! Come forward!
There!
Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth! Reload! A wailing fancy of lightning! Divine savior! Blah blah blah! Magic field!
Can't get out of this! Strike! Vacuum the flame inside me! You're down on the ground! Free! Vacuum blade! There!
Stop doing the attack!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Here I go!
Don't give up!
I absolutely thought that I was okay right there. I was not.
Primed and ready!
From beyond,
Annihilation!
imbue this vanquished
That'll
soul
bring you
with
down!
light!
Thunder field!
Great. All that time I had to fucking attack.
Vacuum
Healing
blade!
wheels of heaven! Lightning!
Down on the ground!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Vacuum blade!
Burning strike! Annihilation!
Dance on the wind!
Radiant fire!
Vacuum blade! They stop!
Okay. Okay. Yep.
Not a chance! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Vacuum blade! Try harder! Not a chance!
More without candidate!
Let us take to the vacuum blade!
Light astral
See what I this one's all mine!
Air thrust!
Vacuum blade!
Light
Down on the
astral
ground!
magic is
There! Vacuum blade! Vacuum blade! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Vacuum blade! Burn! Vacuum blade! There! Imbue this vanquished soul with
I'm going to
resuscitation.
use all the power of my healing arts.
Anything in armor is all mine!
The flame strike! Burning strike! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Attain between heaven and earth!
Now!
Here! A whirling can't be happening! Divine canyon!
Vacuum blade!
Thunder field!
There! Vacuum blade!
Lightning orb! Ready to go!
Resonate with the earth!
Vacuum
blade!
Here! I'm out of ammo! Back into the tent!
Is this it?
Oh my god, man.
This should do it!
By the power of flame!
Try harder!
Without
Not a
break.
chance!
I'm ready!
There!
Tempest whirl! Explosion!
It's showtime!
Stars of light!
There!
Rain down and purify all!
Alright, fine. Do it.
This should do it! Take this! There!
I'll bring you back from
See what I
this
can
abyss!
do! Is this it?
Sealed!
Holy fuck, man.
Listen! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Mega ray! Radiant
Can't move!
I can't stay away. I can't stay alive for more than 2 fucking seconds. Come on.
I won't give up!
You! Stay away from my friend! Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
They're insane.
Here!
What was I thinking? A wailing Gemini Aqua!
Fuck. Like, I can't go in and attack. One of you assholes needs to heal me.
Rain down and purify all! I'm ready!
Anything in armor is all mine! Elusive deity! Vacuum blade!
Bring you down!
There! Armor won't save you!
Cyclone!
Vacuum blade!
Mega ray! Gemini Aqua!
There! Imbue this vanquished soul with vacuum blade!
Stop doing it.
There!
First aid!
Vacuum blade!
I'll bring you back from death's
The
abyss!
flame inside me yearns
How did
to be
Doaling just die? He was.
there!
Here, let me help! Shield! First aid! One more!
Take this! Shine! Radiant light!
Here goes!
Stop going in front of them.
Vacuum blade!
Not on my watch! Shattering out there!
Pieces! Take this!
Here, let me help!
Vacuum blade!
Dance in the power of flame! In here!
Vacuum blade! Elusive
I'll be
deity!
saving
Here
this
I
one.
come! Rotating pile driver!
I'm
ready.
Jesus Christ, that fight. I bet you there's a phase 2.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
No.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
Tis but a flesh wound.
You had me worried there.
And now Volron becomes a party member, and we love him.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think?
Oh.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf? Who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
He'll be fine. She can jump like 400 feet? That's amazing.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
That one platform magically just floating there.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone's said all day?
How about you, Shion? Doily? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Big words. Big words, buddy. That's cool. We get to go to Rena. I'm down. And that's exciting. It's weird that there's nothing there. Do we fast travel? Do I need to run all the way back? Oops. We cannot fast travel. Yeah. That blows. Something's obviously going to happen on the way back. All the enemies are gone? We beat the boss, all the enemies disappeared? Nope.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Why? Why would you do this? We just fought a boss fight. We get no healing? Fast travel. This is messed up, game. This is fucked up. You could at least, after the boss fight, give us a place to fucking heal. That's messed up.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Engaging! Not today!
They really don't give up, do they?
Bring them down!
Magic is there! Here's a healing art! I can't heal you forever!
Won't save you!
Take over! That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Finish without a trace!
Vacuum blade! Eternal devastation! Coming through!
We're just hitting whatever we got here immediately, get that damage out.
Scarlet Inferno!
By the power of flame!
Dodge, dude! Why are you just standing there? I'm mashing dodge.
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Sighted! Go!
Deflection.
Here goes!
Take this! Vacuum blade! There!
One more!
Back hits on!
A wailing damage!
There! Ha! Burn in hell! There!
A whirling rumble!
Release! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shattering pieces! No!
Why would you go to his front side? I specifically went behind him.
Let's do it! Blah, 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 dopamine!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Resonate with the earth! Black Might! On your knees! I'm gone!
Now! Shion! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
You think there's treasure down there or enemies? Enemies? No enemies? Many enemies? Not going in there? This is like old school JRPG shit. You go all the way to the boss, you get your ass kicked by the boss, you barely survive, and they're like, now walk out of the dungeon. And you're like, what the hell? What do you mean walk out of the dungeon? Yes. Walk out of the entire dungeon. Are you for serious? Yes. Walk out of the dungeon. No. Yes. No. Yes. Good. We're able to avoid some stuff there. It's so fucked up that they, like, before the fight you can fast travel. Then, no.
What When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all. She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled. He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Mm-hmm. Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick.
Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things.
Yeah.
Things like...
boob size.
Oh, I don't know. Musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
I'm really curious what Rena's gonna be like. Dohalim, Renan leader. What you got? What do we got here? Oh. Ground Dasher. You can afford it. Easier perfect evading and guarding, increased down damage, improved healing arts. You know it. Alright, that's good.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, All I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
You get him, Kisara. Any ideas what Rena's like? No, no idea. You only have one element, and that's darkness. Who knows? Oh, Lord Dohalim. Good conversation.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
We should check in on the ranch. More of this pig meat. Aw, look at all the rats. Stupid cats, do your job. Cats are worthless. Worthless. Let's make a bunch of sheep meats. I guess if I need money, those dog tags got a lot right there. That was 15,000. That was pretty good. I guess we could go back in there and fight the soldiers. I used a lot of orange gels there. All that money we just got, flush. Flush. Flush down.
You can never be
the turlet. When is that? Oh, yeah, saying the same thing. All right, let's rest. Get any new things? I don't think we did. I think I've made beef stew before. I don't think I've ever made a kebab. Kebab. I'm gonna make beef stew. I'll make this
This
beef
flavor.
stew.
Why, it rivals the cooking of my own chefs in the palace.
Someone thinks mighty high of themselves. I am an excellent cook. That Lord Dohalim, what a splendid fellow he is. I met him once as a kid. He was a completely different person back then. I was still shaken up by his speech. What he said was practically a denial of the order that the lords and sovereigns are supposed to stand for. Well, times have changed. So, that's all it was. What a relief to know. Just a little hiccup. Little hiccup. Y'all lives are about to get turned upside down. I've seen a lot in my old age, but even I would have never imagined that it'd be a lord who would end up saving the day for Lenegus. Gonna take time before the residential quarters are repaired, but at least for now, the city is calm again. Still, to see him taking charge instead of the sovereign, perhaps he's the winner of the crown contest this time around. He actually sorta kinda is? Sorta kinda? If his lordship assures us there's nothing to worry about, that's good enough for me. I mean, there's... Alright, so it's within the realm of possibility. We didn't again see Volrin die, so... It's possible that he's still alive. He did swear that he was gonna follow us to the ends of the... whatever, Earth. So he could still be kicking. There's been a lot of damage, but now that the power's back, I'm hopeful that things are going to be okay. His Excellency Lord Dohalim urged us all to work together. We should think about what we could do to help the city. Just like that, Lord Dohalim managed to completely dispel people's fears. That's what makes him a lord. Yeah, nobody will think twice about trying to pull anything funny now. He's so wonderful. It would be nice if His Excellency remained so that he could continue to lead and guide us. They're very reminiscent of the people on Dana, mainly because nobody knows how to do anything without somebody telling them what to do. They do have a caste society, you know, a tiered society. I'm glad to see Lord Dohalim has restored peace and order to Lenegus. I'd expect nothing less from one of our very own lords. I guess we had nothing to be worried about after all. Glad I didn't riot. I wanted to see him riot. I was hoping for a little commotion. Father, what did Lord Dohalim mean when he said solidarity in his speech? To be honest, I'm not at all certain as to what he meant either. But I believe it was his way of telling us to look past our class differences and work together to rebuild the city. Class differences? You mean forgetting about people's castes and family lineages? That's right, son. That's the wisdom of a lord for you. We would all do well to reflect on it. Hey, what else would you call it? How loathsome. Oh, I was just reading about Volrin. Can I help you? No. It's astonishing how quickly His Excellency Lord Dohalim was able to restore calm simply by showing solidarity with people during a major crisis. He's the lord who comes from House Ilkaris, right? I must admit, some of the things he said were pretty radical. Maybe, but he also looked dignified and full of confidence. He's what every Renan should aspire to be, if you ask me. Didn't you hear what Lord Dohalim said? Stop fighting this instant. Forgive me. It, wasn't my intention to go against His Excellency's wishes. Sir, are you alright? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Should you be talking to me? I come from the lower caste, you know. Nonsense, it's just as His Excellency said so brilliantly. This city's in a crisis. We all must put aside our differences and help one another. Wow, people are so quick to change. That's amazing. I'm so glad to see things are slowly turning back to normal. Me too. It's a good thing that Lord Dohalim took charge when he did, but something concerns me. How could the Sovereign be indisposed, as he put it? And what was he doing here in Lenegis instead of on Dana? Most likely he came here at the behest of the Sovereign to help put an end to the situation. That must be it. Otherwise, he'd have to have had some other sort of explanation for why he left his post. Who's gonna hold him to it, though? Like... Oh, right. It's that lady. Like, what? Are you guys gonna poo-poo him? Poo-poo? I feel a lot better after hearing Lord Dohalim talk to everyone. Good. Maybe we can go by there at some point. Maybe we'll come back. Or not. It seems like the Zeugles are under control again, thankfully. I have no idea what caused them to go to Berserk, but everything should be resolved soon. Go to the Berserk. Good reading. Lord Dohalim, you've returned. I see Radaid's with you. Remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? So long. I want to talk to you, weirdo. Just gonna read more weird poetry. Lord Dohalim was amazing. Everyone was so scared, but he calmed everyone down in a flash. Never seen a lord until today. He looked so noble. He sure did. There's a reason why everyone admires our lords and wants to grow up to be just like them. Who would have ever thought an acting lord would step in and fix the problem? Is it really safe for him to be away from his realm? It's unusual to be sure, but Lord Dohalim explained the situation well. I, for one, am grateful he was there to help us. It seems everyone's happy. It seems like less and less injured are coming in. I can focus on treating those that need it now. Just like His Excellency Lord Dohalim promised, the reactor's fixed. The city is safe for now. Is it though? Is it? Is it though? I was surprised to hear the city's core reactor was behind all that trouble, but the situation seems to be under control now. Alright. It's off to see the wizard. Maybe we should say.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Yeah, there's some sort of pawn server bots. I thought we were still in the dock. When did we get into space?
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Oh. Unexpected. Space flower? Thorns rose? Space rose? What the fuck?
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Ah!
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
What?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Someone's an eager beaver.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
You grew that goatee fast. It's not a goatee. It's a handlebar mustache. Very different. Very different. How you doing, Ricky? Handlebar mustache. Goatees have chin hair. Chin hair. I just trimmed up my beard. I didn't grow it fast. I just trimmed up a beard.
Boo! Yeah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
You guys are goofballs. The starship Fall Knights is in no condition to take off. Good.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
What's actually really interesting is that the two planets, or at least Rena, it's kind of like our moon, where, you know, our planet rotates, but the orbit of Rena is in like the same alignment as our moon, and so even though it does have a rotation to it, it's at the same speed, you know, as the way it's facing. So the one side always faces it. That one's not moving. Rena's not moving at all, or else, you know, at least it doesn't seem to be. Maybe it is. Maybe it's slow and it's the same speed, so the one face is always facing the same way. Because that's why you would never see the dark side of it.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Yep. Okay, so this is another space station. Lower level. Central level. Upper level? Nope. Okay. So this is the only level we have access to right now. Just forward. Just looking around for any treats. Doesn't look like there's any treats.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
What's up, Zuki? How you doing?
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
Hevrecht 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this Great Spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
He said others, but then he said he's also the only inhabitant. What? That's confusing. Drinking morning coffee, so I don't know yet. How about me? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I got coffee too. It tastes weird. But I'ma keep drinking it. It seems to manage Hevric 35's condition. Lots of vital stats are displayed. He seems robotic, but I don't know. He did say species, but that doesn't mean they couldn't be some sort of like sentient AI or something like that, you know. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what they are. Biomechanical?
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
I would assume it's well within the possibility that Renans are actually Danans, and maybe the Helganquil are from Rena. They abducted the Renans to, like, do experiments for them, and they just ended up started calling themselves Renans. Maybe? Maybe? Maybe kinda sorta, maybe? Sorta, maybe, kinda sorta? Sorta, maybe? Upper level. Why not? An observatory where we can observe. Oh dang, we're like really far out too. Hey, that's not just like a little far, that's really far. Holy crap. Is space. Be in space. Okay. Well, this didn't have anything. Wanted to look at some of these plants. I don't think we really got anything from it. Alright. Lower level. Let's check that out. Ah. Anything around here for us? These are Dake Faisal construction plans showing a central elevator shaft in multiple circular areas. That's the space station. Okay. You can go this way? I'm gonna go this way. This is a good way to go. This is the special way. Anything in the corner? No. Oh, this looks like one of the rooms. Yeah, so the Dake Faisal, or the Algonquil, they had to have built Lenegis. Because this looks just, I mean, the whole station looks a lot like Lenegis. It measures astral energy fluctuations in Dana and Rena. This looks like one of the rooms that we saw in the Forbidden Zone. And that would make sense why there weren't any residential areas, or why, like, the residential stuff was ever considered in the construction of the station, because maybe when the station was constructed, they didn't think that people were going to be living there. It was just meant to, I don't know, do whatever. You know, be a more scientific laboratory for the Hagonquil, but maybe something along the lines didn't go as planned, so they brought in people to do it. Oh.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Hey, what else would they have met? Helvrecht said that, you know, they had been here observing Rena and Dana, so I'm assuming that's what they meant.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Well, we knew that, like I had been saying, someone else was pulling strings. We had no idea who was pulling the strings, but someone else was pulling strings. Didn't realize it would be a brand new species, but okay. Okay. I am, like, slightly surprised. On a scale of 1 to 10 of surprise, I'm like a 2. I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm not saying I saw it coming, but I saw something in line of it coming. What's up, K.O. Gortrow? How you doing? How you doing? I had a sneaking suspicion that the Renans and Danans were alike. Were alike. Especially after Rinwell is like your foreshadowing. She is like the last remnant of art casters on Dana, right? She may even be like the last one now, right? Because her family got killed. I don't know if she had like other people with her. But she came from a group of people. Well, I guess maybe there were others with her. Because she said she brought in, when she did magic, she brought in Almadrea. I don't know if, she said that she got her parents killed, but I don't know if there were like others involved. Almadrea seemed to suggest that there were others, and so did Rinwell, she, at one time or another. So, that kind of makes sense that, you know, they were hiding because the Helganquil were abducting them and bringing them to their station. So that kind of makes sense. I figured there would be a connection between them. I figured there'd be a connection. Maybe not quite this, but yeah, I had a feeling that the Renans were similar to the Danan. The craftsmanship that the Helganquil display always astounds me, whether it's the Zeugles, us Renans, or anything else for that matter. I have to imagine it'll take our kind many generations before we'll arrive at their level of sophistication and expertise. Well, and these people already have a leg up because they've been, here for a very long time. It appears to maintain constant monitoring to ensure nothing approaches Dake Phasol. Dake?
Have you guys lived up here in Dake Phasol with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Heveric 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
The Overseer and I have a lot of lively debates on a whole host of topics: politics, philosophy, science. I always enjoy them. Our perspectives as members of different species are so unique that it makes for intellectually stimulating conversation. I have to imagine the Overseer enjoys them as well. They make for an excellent way to stave off the monotony in Dake Faisal. Can't imagine there's a lot to do here.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day.
Oh.
For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Heveric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Yeah, they're very
Feels like
casual
the
about
whole
it.
world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
We all got lore dumped on.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
I mean, before all this happened, you know, however fortunate it is, we were going to Rena to go beat up whatever the fuck was there to begin with, so this doesn't really change anything. The idea is still the same. Sort of. So far, things on Dana have proceeded according to plan. I feel honored to witness the final stages of an event generations in the making. I'm keen to see how it all turns out. Oh, we can rest here? Somewhere? If you're feeling tired, I can offer you a place to rest. That is, if you don't mind sleeping in one of our hibernation chambers. I don't think I need to. I mean, we're alright for now. That's cool. That lady wasn't there before, I don't think. Wonder if there's others here aside from... I'm like, are there other people? There are! The spirit channeling plan will soon finally conclude as the Overseer reaches the end of its lifespan. After going into hibernation countless times to date, it's been a long time coming to say the least. What are we gonna do once the project's over? There's nothing left for us to research. We'll always keep observing as long as there are things out there worth watching. Once our time's up, whenever it is, we shall return to nothing. It's a fitting fate for the situation and its inhabitants after being cast out into the cosmos. That's bleak and depressing. Heal them? Alright, sure. You found me collapsed again and helped me back up? Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can continue to go about my research. Happy bottles. Yay. I think. Yay, I think. Yay? Did the Renans on Lenegis lose? Did the Renans on Lenegis lose control of their Zeugles? I suppose it's plausible. What with all the astral energy flowing through the place? In which case, the arts that were keeping them in line must have been disrupted. I doubt it was otherwise the work of the Great Spirit. I agree. It's hard to believe that such a massive consciousness could deliberately conceive and then carry out such a localized phenomenon. Is it, though? Is it, though? Is it, though? Is it? There's a lot more people here than I would have thought. Okay, who's over here? Rinwell? Let's chat her up.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Also, what happened to Rena? Like, why is it in the shape that it's in? I think the reason why the spirit was able to amass, I guess the spirit was able to amass is because the planet broke apart, right? They said that the will of Dahna is weaker because it's spreading out its astral energy throughout the entirety of the planet. But since Rena broke apart, everything had to coalesce closer together, so that's what allowed the consciousness to form, I guess. I gotta imagine if you just heard me talking out of context, you'd be like, what kind of psychotic shit are you talking about? It's all gibberish. I hope there comes a day when mages are just like anybody else in Dahna. Right, let's go. It was Kisara over here.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, The Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
I was gonna say, you're talking pretty confidently that things are just, you know, gonna go back and we're gonna, like, all just... You're making plans, man, for a future we don't know that we're gonna have. Now, to think about how we can all embrace each other's pain, as you put it. This way? No, what, no, this way? I wonder, are Dahnans still not given surnames of their own? As crude of a tactic as it is, it's nonetheless an effective subjugation tool. But I suppose we aren't all that different. Though grandiose sounding, ours are simply a means to identify an individual's formative background. Barring the unforeseen developments that took place on Lenegis, everything has gone quite smoothly. Even if we were to notice such aberrations for ourselves, we would likely ignore them, as it's not our policy as observers to interfere. It seems that when Lenegis was activated, no consideration was made for the safety of those in the residential quarter. Not that it matters. Once the plan is complete, Lenegis will serve no purpose. It's only logical there would be more pressing concerns instead. The Overseer must be so pleased to be able to witness the transformation of Dahna before it passes on. The Overseer will in all likelihood remain with us for a time being, as its vital signs continue to show as stable. Despite their appearance, their biology is surprising close to us. Isn't that just utterly fascinating? Sure, why not?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Nerd. It's been a long road already, and there's still much to do. Thank you for enduring support, Alphen. They're talking like we're already done with shit.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Yeah!
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's Great Spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
It's just so weird, like, we knew we were gonna
Our
do
minds
this
are made up.
anyways.
Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Is no, I'm not gonna do it.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renis Alma stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships that people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Okay, doke. Was it Central? Was it the Central level where he was? We be farting? Oh, we be farting. We gassy up in here.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The Great Astral Spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
That's...
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renus Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renus Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renus Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
Okay.
Is the Renus Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Okie dokie artichoke. Guess there's no real reason to continue to talk to her, right? The game has been talking at us for like the past 2 hours. I would like to play video game. It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you all get some rest in the interim. Okay. You don't tell me what to do. I was just curious if there were a side quest or something that we could do, but I guess not. Yeah, alright. Rest is all we could do.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Oh!
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
I can't help but stare at Dohalim's collarbone. It's just there, and like the shadowing and highlighting of it is very prominent. It's hot.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you You really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Y'all some cornballs.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrecht 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrecht 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable.
And yet here we are.
Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
What
All right,
is love?
Time to get back on the fall nights.
I am robot. Love is illogical. Why do you make decisions? It's illogical. Must be a calculator. Takeoff departure. I don't think there was like a shop or anything here. What else we gonna do?
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Ooh, receptacle.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
It kills because it cares. Oh. Destroyed remnants, Rena.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Special hours appear throughout Dana, it said.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
I mean, do it. Who cares? They're dead. They don't care. You're disturbing the dead. No, you're not.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
Yeah, and go swimming in the dead people.
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Through the power of communism. They said earlier we could use the ship to heal up. There's nothing around here. Huh. Look around the area. That's what I'm doing. Oh, we can fast travel. And there are a bunch of side quests that we can look at. Holy moly. Not every region has side quests though, but a few. Gegum Helgarahi Gegum Gegham Gegum Helgarahi. That's a dumb word. I hate it. Alright, that's a teleporter, so I imagine that's gonna be us going in and out, because we're going downwards into the planet's core, right? We are committing mass insertion. Oh, and there's another one here too. Is that a face? Is that Johnny Bravo? I see the pompadour.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hootle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
She is such a teenager.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
We can play the game now? Oh my gosh. No, we need another cutscene. Hold on. Well, fuck my butt.
Helganquil! Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
Maybe they're not going to be as strong as the last time.
I knew there was
53.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
There's like 6,000 of them.
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
No complaints. Behold.
Roll right into the attack. There's like 7 of them.
You dare strike me from behind?
Lightning is dead. Thunderblade. Illuminate magic is there. Holy red. A chain between
I want to live.
That'll bring you down. Sleep now. Regenerate. By the power in your dreams. Finish without
Let us take to the fray.
They're so much higher level than me. This isn't fair.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Spirit in the soil.
Take this! I'm not done! No further!
Here's another.
The flaming fire fury will be let free!
Arts require complete focus.
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz. Don't suffer in silence.
You picked the wrong fight! Vacuum Blade! I can carve through armor! Vacuum Blade!
Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Let me show you what my art
Take
will
this!
struggle. Rise and shine!
Take this!
Here goes!
Okay, here I go. On your knees. Vacuum Blade! Vacuum Blade! Eternal Devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Vacuum Blade!
I didn't have time to get over there. It was instantaneous.
Vacuum Blade! Here I come! I'm not done! Vacuum Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Here, let me help.
Am I killing any of them?
Vacuum Blade!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
We're all friends for it. We can't depend on one another.
You're right.
Now!
I bear that.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen.
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you. Take this! Do it!
There! Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
By the power of supernova!
You're finished!
Now!
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
That gave me 13,000 experience?
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. No, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Dahnan, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
Crazy like a fox. What level am I on? 45, and we're fighting things like 10 bajillion levels higher than us. That's great. It's just 10 levels, but 10 bajillion. Bazillion. Bazongas. 10 bazongas.
I have a bad feeling about this.
A whirling struggle. Winds of heaven.
I'll face you. Elusive deity. Your reflexes will not serve you well here. Everlasting dust. What? Take this! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up. Blood. Bending you up. You require air. Onward me. Vacuum blade! Eternal devastation! In an instant! Impact block!
Yeah, puppy.
Well together, like a finely timed waltz.
Stars of light. Rain down and purify. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Reload!
Vacuum blade!
I can't hit it. Stay still. Don't hit me.
Eternal devastation! Mirage! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning!
A whirling struggle.
By the power of flame! Winds of heaven without a trace! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more. Got it.
Well done! Flame of fury!
No cause shall break this escape. It's on! Catapult! Vacuum blade! Down on the ground! You're finished! Soaring blast! Donut!
Okay, I was trying to attack it, and it was like 40 feet above my head.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Lucky you say.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely, which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans, but it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Ah, yes, conquering hatred through the power of friendship. Oh, the boner's gone.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That
Oh.
apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
It's an elevator. You know what happens on elevators. We all know what happens on elevators.
What
Yep.
the? Where did they come from?
Yep.
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Vacuum
By the power of flame!
That button is driving me mad.
This one's mine.
On your damn!
Alright.
You got fired.
I've got this. Let
Stupid.
Marksman handle it.
Stay calm.
Flying
Provide assistance.
pigeons.
Ripping you apart. Bloody hell.
Try harder. Not a chance. Eternal devastation. Be still.
Awaken and wreak havoc.
You're mine. Strike.
Masterful dash.
Castle. Soda. You're mine.
More Zuko's?
Keep calm and take them down.
More?
I'll face you.
Vacuum blade. Eternal devastation.
I'm all stuffed up.
No, don't do that.
Use all the power of my healing arts to
Be
accomplish.
still.
I'll be saving this
Soda.
one. Resurrection.
Take this.
Vacuum blades within the soil. Awaken and reach.
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
Kaboom.
Spirits within the soil. Awaken and wreak havoc.
Oh my god, just kill the stupid bird.
Not much longer to go.
Come on. One final push.
Let's do this together, Alphen. Where are you going?
Vacuum blade.
In here.
Eternal devastation. Soda.
Magic arrow. Blade. Into the shadows. By the power of flame.
Where we go? Why, here we go. I can't air juggle anything.
Eternal devastation.
Change between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning. Do it.
Kisara.
Murder it.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Resonate with the earth.
Power of flame.
No honor being interrupted.
Winds of heaven. First force.
Yes. Stab it. No, you crappy bird.
Winds of heaven. First force. In here. I'll be saving this one.
Here I come.
It just slowly floated downwards. That's bullshit, man. This bullshit.
Wrong fight. Flaming thrust.
Rotating pile driver.
Be still.
Resonate with the earth. Shine. Radiant.
Here I come. I'm not done. Strata.
I can't heal you forever. Astral energy.
Say no more. Got.
Well done.
Here I come.
Hey, there's so many enemies.
One more.
Vacuum
I
blade.
never miss. I'm ready.
There.
Another incantation.
Vacuum blade.
Meteor Dance to the wind. Very well. Astral energy. Full throttle.
More.
Here I go.
I'm not done.
Wind. Carve now through
Can you
all
take it?
crossblade. Dance in the wind. Here.
Behold, the earth pulse. Tectonic fission.
Dance in the wind.
Take this.
Ear thrust.
I'm not
I
done.
never miss. A whirling struggle. Winds of heaven. First force.
There. It's on.
Now.
Rattling in an instant. Impact clock. We work well together. Here I come.
Okay, it just doesn't stop.
You picked the wrong fight.
By the power of flame. Vanity between heaven and
Vacuum
earth.
blade.
A wailing banshee of lightning. Explosion. Ride. Air strike.
Vacuum blade.
Now.
There. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Radiant we have it here. A wailing banshee of lightning.
Lies.
Blade.
I'm ready. Savior. A whirling struggle. Explosion.
There is logic within your every move.
It'll take more than brute force to win.
I'll try to provide that strength.
I can't imagine what we do without you, Rinwell. Who, me?
Oh, we've got
That's a little much, don't you
one
think?
magic
I'm
point.
serious. You're a lifesaver.
I have 1 HP.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! More?
Into everlasting darkness.
Take it! Rending you apart!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Bloody Vacuum Blade!
In here.
Vacuum Blade! You're mine! I'm not done! You're finished!
Air thrust! One more time!
Air pressure!
Air thrust! A whirling struggle!
Vacuum Blade!
Winds of heaven! Cyclone! You get the
It's in your hands now.
Stay away from my friend! Not today!
Where are you going? I'm ready! Now! Astral energy!
Say no more! More?
Lightning to death!
Holy fuck, dude.
Take a
Try
and
harder!
again!
Not a chance!
One whirling struggle! Annihilation! Oh, violent darting wind! Carnation! Crossblade! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! A whirling struggle!
Strike!
Winds of heaven! Burst forth! Sleep now! This one's mine!
Vacuum Blade!
This'll come in handy!
There!
Lunar corruption!
Vacuum
Oh,
Blade!
now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! A chain between heaven and earth!
Does it not end?
Flame! Take this! Away! Banshee of lightning! Push up! Divine Seaborn! Now for
Vacuum Blade!
Shield and mace!
There!
Time to shine!
Vacuum Blade! There!
Shield! Warrior power! Together! By the power of between heaven and earth!
Vacuum Blades!
A wailing Banshee of lightning! Divine Seaborn!
Eat this!
Your astral arts are truly incredible. Every little bit helps, right? Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
A chain between heaven and earth!
Vacuum Blade! Vacuum Blade!
I was trying to dodge. I saw him coming and I was just like, get the fuck out of the way, dude. Get the fuck out of the way. I couldn't.
On guard! I'm on it! Target away! Leave the chargers to me! I'll tear you apart! Rinwell! Demons descend! Flashing fang! Radiant Storm! Pierce! Gale Force!
Did they finally kill everything? Jesus.
Check out these biceps. Pretty glorious, right?
Why are guys so obsessed with their muscles?
Because these puppies have yet to let me down.
Just 13,000. That's it. The 40-minute
Even in such
fight.
a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
How are they living here is like the big question. It doesn't make any damn sense. What are they eating? Do they eat?
You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
Okay.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
It won't let me. This game is full of itself. Dude, we have to go back. I'm already almost dead. I mean, fighting these enemies has given us a decent... What are our levels now? We're at 46. We were at 44 when we got here. And that's something, right? Berg Volcano, Dake Phasol, then I guess we could just work. Alright, well. It's Mosgul. Sure.
We finally made it.
I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know! I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. He'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Shion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome back, Law.
Oh, hi, Alphen. Hey, Cole. What's up? You don't look too hot, kid. I'm really hungry. Even with Rena gone, there's still not enough food to go around. That's not good. Is there no way to bring some in from outside Calagria?
Yes.
We have been. Thanks to your hard work, we managed to establish trade routes and have a little food coming in. But other places are not very well off either. So there's only so much we can broker between realms. Especially since this realm is nothing but rocks and sand for the most part.
Great.
That's sad. I wish something more could be done. There's still hope. I heard there's a merchant from Cyslodia who's visiting Glanamede Castle.
How's this?
Would you mind talking to him for us? Sure. We'll see what he has to say. In the meantime, here, have this bread. Wow, thanks. Where'd you get it? Shion always comes prepared like that. Anyway, let's make our way to Glanamede Castle. Global connection. We got the big connect. The hot connections. Merchant in Glanamede. It's 8:44. What the hell? We need to rest somewhere. Is there no place to rest in this godforsaken place? There's not. Why? What a bad place to be in. Well, I guess we understood now why the owl thing stopped. Now we have more owls to find. Discover all of the owls. So somewhere out in the world there's more. Alright. Well, all of that's gonna have to wait. So we were at level 43 when we left to start up, you know, the space mission stuff. We only gained 3 levels in all of that. In 8 hours of playing, we gained 3 levels. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? It's not. Looks like we need 26,000 more. I don't know how the experience works at the end of combat either. Like, it said we got 13,000 for, you know, winning, but is that split amongst all 6 of us? I don't like it when games do that. I wish it would just say, this is how much experience each character is getting. So let's say you get 600 experience at the end of combat for killing everything. If it's split amongst everyone, then it would be much better if it just said 100, so you knew each party member was getting 100 experience, rather than like, here's 13,000, do math. Like, fuck you. I don't want to do math. I'm not playing this game to do math. Get out of here. Math me. I'll math your mouth. You watch your mouth when you math on me. Alrighty. I think we made a lot of progress today, but also it was like all story stuff. Like for like the past like 3 hours, we've just been story. Not that there's anything wrong with story, is just, holy crap, that's a lot of story, you know? That is a lot of story. You know what we're gonna do? We are gonna go hit up a cool cat named Adam Hames. He is playing some Elden Ring. Looks like, oh god, he's in the frozen area. I was typing in Elden Ring. You don't type it, you can't raid Elden Ring. Maybe you can raid Elden Ring, I don't know. We're not raiding Elden Ring. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I genuinely appreciate it. Enjoy your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you cool people have going on today. Have beautiful, wonderful, fantastic Saturdays. I know it's the weekend, but I will be back tonight. We will continue playing more Tales of Arise. But if I don't see any of you guys back here tonight, enjoy the rest of your weekends. But I will be back. We will game some more. I think we're going to try to like run around, and it looked like a bunch of like side quests and stuff opened up. Also, penis. So a bunch of side quests opened up. You know, we've got the owls defined. We've got whatever. Maybe there's some like Zoogles and stuff that we can kill, like big monster ones. Get some more CP going on. It also seems like that final area, at least what I'm assuming is the final area that we're going into. The enemies there are like 10 levels higher than us. I guess 7 now, but they're like somewhere between like 52, 53. I think that's what we saw. We can actually beat those enemies, so maybe if we want to get experience and stuff, that wouldn't be a bad place to go to and fight stuff in, because it seems like I can handle that somewhat. I mean, they're a little hard, but it seems that we can handle it, so maybe not a bad idea. Either way, guys, go say hey to Adam. He's playing Elden Ring. Peace out, nerds. Bye-bye!